All right, welcome everybody. We are here at the home stretch of the Albany, now officially 2025 New Year's tournament, with four more games until we crown our winner. As I was for brief bits of yesterday, my name is Will Anderson, and I am joined again by Jason Idalski. Jason, I actually had the audacity to stay up until midnight to see the year tick over. Hopefully you're feeling rested and ready to go today.
Yeah, major upset that we actually both made it to the ball drop. I may be paying for it later on today, but I got a decent night's sleep, and I am so excited about bringing you these last four games.
Yeah, and if we're lucky, we could have a pretty epic showdown in the offing here. As if we cut to our standings, let's take a look at where things are heading into our final four games. And you can see Ben Schoenbrunn with a commanding lead. Really, given that he is four games ahead of every other player except Josh Castellano. We could be seeing a lot of Ben and Josh facing off on the top board today.
Yeah, very interesting situation from a pairings perspective. Usually, one of the hallmarks of Scrabble pairings is that they will give anybody with a shot to win, they will give them that shot. So interesting, that Austin with a 16-8 spread. I think the fact that we're seeing Ben and Josh first this morning kind of implies that the math doesn't really work out for Austin and Matthew to have a chance even, and Dan as well, even if they were to win all four, to overtake Ben. So yeah, so looking forward to seeing a lot of Ben and Josh today. And if their game was anything like the one we called the last round yesterday afternoon, we're going to have a lot of fun and see a lot of very high level play.
Yeah, that was an incredible one to watch. And two of the strongest players, not only in this field, but in North America more broadly. You see them both in the top five in scoring average in their favor at this tournament. In fact, Josh Castellano, even though he is behind in the standings, looking up at Ben several games ahead, his scoring average for and against is better in both cases. So that can sometimes be a little bit of luck of the draw in those cases. Of course, no slight to Ben, who I can hardly remember a false step that he's made in any of the games we've seen. But that top, the defending champion, Josh Castellano, showing that pedigree with these averages, Jason.
Yeah, a couple points about Ben. You talked about not seeing him make a misstep. We saw him make one yesterday afternoon when he misspelled Casina, spelled it Casinas instead of the double S spelling. Was able to correct it on the next turn, but losing a turn could have cost him the game. Ended up being okay, getting out of the situation and winning against Austin. Actually lost his last game yesterday, but caught a break when we saw on stream Daniel Blake play a fantastic game to beat Josh as well. So an opportunity, and just really quickly, you talk about Ben and Josh being two of the best players in North America, and also mentioned not wanting to slight Ben. I think you're slighting Ben by limiting that to North America. I think after this performance, you can take out North America and just put world. Both of these two players are world class players. We saw it yesterday, and I expect that we'll see more of that today.
Yeah, it's a very fair correction on your part. Both of these players are among the highest North American players in the world rankings as well. So we know we're in for a good one. And I guess we are impartial as commentators, as we can cut to the game anytime and let these two start to do battle. But I think what we're rooting for is a couple wins from Josh to keep this thing interesting, right? If Ben wins this first one, it's pretty much close to clinching for him here. So if we want a really fun, action-packed showdown over the course of the morning between the top players in the Collins field, I think we're rooting for a Josh win, Jason, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no rooting in the commentary booth, but at the same time, if we have the converse of the game we saw yesterday morning, where both players play outstandingly, and it's just that Josh draws better tiles, I don't think either of us would complain with that. Ben drawing the Q and the U on the opening rack, looked like he was going to put down Quoth very quickly, and now reconsidering.
Yeah, he juked me as I gave him the 54 points that I was fully expecting him to score here, and I very much expect him to go ahead and play Quoth. It's funny, he does have other options. He could consider playing Quote or Quoit or Quiet. Any number of those are viable options, but I think he is going to pivot to Quoit, leaving the more balanced EH. It's a 6 point sacrifice. I think it's defensible, but I certainly would have gone with that initial instinct of just play Quoth and move on, Jason.
I actually agree with you there. Even as a fairly leave obsessed player, obviously drawing into two vowels and no consonants is a little concerning, but not sure that Quoit is worth the point sacrifice versus Quoth. We'll see how it works out for him. Yeah, it looks like he's drawn a bunch of consonants here, so I think Quoth would have worked out okay here.
Yeah, it should be emphasized, though, that the difference between those two plays is microscopic. If that's the biggest quote unquote error that you're making when you're playing a Scrabble game, you are doing very, very well. Quoth is a play that maybe he is worried about the fact that that takes an obscure hook of an A. Quotha is a valid word, and perhaps reasoning that you would rather not make such an easy place to hook onto an A. In fact, Josh does have an A, and maybe his best play would have involved hooking Quoth to make Quotha on this turn. So there's splitting hairs between the two plays. Not going to get on Ben too much for that one. But meanwhile, Josh, with not the best draw of his own, he does have that X, and it is going to play productively on top of the eye of Quoit, which Quotha could have avoided.
Yeah, it's a very interesting opening rack for Ben. You mentioned quite in quote. The problem with those defensively is that those have extensions to the triple, the old mezquite or mezquite, out quote, misquote, etc. And with you having the Q, that kind of blunts the danger of slotting that I next to a double letter score. Now, again, we know that Josh has the one letter that can hurt him there, but it looks like instead of taking that spot with Mux or XU, that he is going to play DOUX through the O.
Yeah, do is the play there. It scores 8 fewer points than just the simple two-letter XU on top of Quoit. So it's a little bit of a sacrifice, which Josh is willing to do to get that extra consonant off the rack. So that definitely, there is a major value in going into your next turn with 3 consonants and 1 vowel instead of 4 consonants and 1 vowel. Computer engine does want him to take the extra points here, however. So I would say these are the tiniest of possible inaccuracies, at least according to the computer engine, which you always have to take with a bit of a grain of salt because this is a human versus human game after all. But yeah, I think it says a lot when this is the sort of hair splitting that we're doing, analyzing both players' plays.
Yeah, and also very interesting in terms of a leave inference. So I believe that Ben put on the board QUOT before changing his mind. So if you're Josh, you're probably assuming that he was going to play quota or maybe quote. So maybe you've made the assumption that there are two vowels back there, and that maybe the bag is ever so slightly more vowel heavy or consonant heavy, I should say, than it actually is. So hence the decision to play DUX instead of just the XU there.
That is a very fair point. I didn't think about that. I don't think he actually, I feel like he did it, as you suggest, Jason. He got so far as to place QUOT and then pulled back. So I don't know if Josh had any opportunity to see that H. So he's left to assume that the A and E were the likely ones. And of course, quoit would look like a very clear improvement over quote or quota, barring any kind of duplicated vowels on the rack, just to shed the I instead of the A or E. So it looks that looks pretty defensible. So yep, could have been part of that thinking. And this turn though for Ben is really tough because after the play of do by Joss, there isn't really much going on for the Z. And here is an interesting play that now all of a sudden there is a fantastic spot for the Z going down right here. If this is the play, of course, that spot is anytime Josh has a suitable play. It's very likely if he has a hook to EX, that's where Josh is going to play and block the spot. But I like this idea by Ben without a better Z spot already on the board.
Yeah, very the Z, I think a lot more potent tile in the Collins lexicon as opposed to NWL with the existence of ZE. So really not a tile you want to part with for 20 some in order to groom your rack to bingo. So yeah, interesting play there by Ben, but I totally agree with the kind of pseudo Z setup there.
Yeah, just almost by default, there just wasn't. I guess if I was going to make a Z play there, zeroth through that T is potentially the best on offer, which isn't even that much more than just playing A there. It's like 20, it's not even 10 points more. And you're really flinging the board kind of open with some nice through tiles after that play. So playing it a little tighter. And of course, the lone hook on Josh's rack that actually fits with EX is the T. So a lot of options. Had he not had that T, he would be struggling to do very much with this spot, which is kind of interesting given how many hooks to EX there are. But he's got the one, and I fully expect to see a play with Tex come down here, Jason.
Yeah, it looks like he had tab set up. Now considering tag maybe instead. I think tab uh, is definitely an improvement over tag. That may be just me kind of overrating the synergy of the NG there, but I would expect him to pretty shortly here play tab.
Yeah, an interesting option if you want to take a little bit of a gambit is the obscure Tagma. I don't think that Tagma is the best play in a vacuum, but it doesn't take an S hook, and maybe you could bait if you had that really good knowledge of hooks and which words take an S and which don't. Could be tempting to play Tagma, and maybe every so often you get a gift from Ben putting an S on there. I think tab looks like a much more standard option. I have no issues with this route as well. And this is a play, Jason, where there's like between tab, tang, tag, tagma, and damn or whatever else. There are many, many plays that are very close. Navigating those plays as Ben plays what looks like an excellent response of Ron's here, navigating those plays where there's like 5 or 6 options that are really close is what separates the players we're watching from the mere mortals out there.
Absolutely, very very well said, and yeah, nice job by kind of in that vein. Ben playing Ron's. My first spot was dozen in that spot. Which statically is fairly even with Ron's, but Ron's a lot more defensive. So well done by Ben to see that Collins only 4 there.
Yep, totally agreed. Dozen in the same spot. So tempting to score well with that Z, but needlessly opening a triple, whereas this does not take any hooks. Much safer, although the Z out in space is going to give Josh a pretty nice counter of phasing for 46. This looks like a clear best play. Note that mazing in the same spot, also an option, but MB significantly stronger of a 2-tile combination than FB. So, not to mention it scores a couple more points. So, I'm sure we both approve of that one, Jason.
Yes, absolutely. I think phasing a pretty clear top play there, and and playing it quickly and catching a bit of a break that with a bunch of singles and the D, Ben does not have a bingo or a way to really hit that somewhat dangerous F out there.
Yeah, the F in that spot is you could imagine there are nightmarish situations where maybe if your opponent has a Y and you get some kind of gigantic IFY word or something of the like, those are possible. Anytime you open a triple, like a play like phasing does, you have to imagine the game could end pretty much immediately if my opponent had something there. But at this level, the players are aware that those outcomes are not all that likely. Yes, they are possible, but in Scrabble, so many things are possible that you would go crazy only fixating on the least likely and worst case scenario. So I think that's something that players at this level also are more apt to open a triple lane at times because they know their opponents are going to be able to find a way to score points in many other places on the board at the level that they're at.
Yeah, and Ben taking that spot with DEFI. One of those situations where there really was no clear best play. Could have played EL or ED underneath. I think that's just a stylistic thing. Ben deciding to get rid of one more tile here. Unfortunately, drawing. Might have wished that he had played EL or ED, having drawn three consonants into his leave. And meanwhile, Josh has indium. Always fun when, as a science person like me, when a chemical element appears on the rack. Looks like indium under that G in phasing is his best option.
That's true. Yeah, Indium looks fantastic hooking underneath the G. Another consolation prize if Josh fails to look at this. What is going on here? This is some I've never seen this
Oh, I do this all the time. I
technique.
think it's a yeah. I think you're looking for maybe sixes or like when I'm looking for five. Sometimes
Oh,
I'll
is he sort of like going one by one with his vision
yeah.
and saying, "What do I have here?" Oh,
Oh, yeah, what
that's
do I have?
nice.
So I have indium minus, indium plus a B. Like, do these other six make a six? Do these six letters make a six? So yeah, that's actually something I do. I wouldn't say frequently, but fairly regularly.
Huh, that's interesting. I would have just assumed it was some kind of a power pose where he's basically saying like, "You, I got you. Like I got you right where I want you." But I guess it was more practical than that. So yeah, Indium looks like a very strong option. If you don't see that, a really good consolation prize that's roughly as good would be Unbid in the same spot, keeping IM. So I think either of those plays could be warranted here. Unbid is the play that comes down. I think those are relatively close to a coin flip between those two options here. Indium scores 3 more points, leaving a B, and you put a U right here. Of course, the X is already on the board, but maybe there are certain letters that, if Ben has the other M or something, for example, you might regret that. So Unbid looks okay to me. I don't consider this to be a mistake compared to Indium.
No, because you had said if you don't see indium unbid is fine. I think even if you do see indium unbid is fine, and
Yeah.
Quackle certainly seems to agree, having those basically neck and neck. Ben plays talk, hooking the T to text to make text.
That looks pretty good. NLR, not the most synergistic. If you're worried about that LN combo, you could opt for a small point sacrifice and play Tonk instead of Talk. But I actually feel like this is a perfectly defensible play as well. 26 points, gets rid of 3 of those many consonants that Ben had on the rack. No issues with that for me. So, as we expected, Jason, these two players are playing very crisply. I don't think that's a surprise as Josh draws the first blank there.
Yeah, I was about to make the comment that we haven't seen a blank or an S yet, and these players may want to focus on turnover until we do. Also wanted to point out the contrast to these two playing yesterday in round 20, where I think at this point in the game we'd seen 5 bingos on the board, and
True.
today we have seen none, and yet. Again, that's just one of the things about Scrabble is the wide variety of different types of games there are, and you're never quite sure which one you're going to get when you're underway. But I think Josh, my first thing I saw was linemen off of unbid, which actually looks to be the highest scoring play. Also Hemline or Helleman in that spot. Also Islemen, which I had not considered, making the blank an S and hooking to Coit. Thoughts on we can see them all statically, but which is the best one? They all score similarly. Which do you think is the best one for board configuration?
Yeah, it's a good question. So again, as Jason is saying, there are bingos like lineman here, and then Isleman here would score 75 points in this spot compared to 77 here. I think with those two scores being so close, I definitely favor Isleman here. Just for the reasoning of you're opening a triple, something like the plays in this spot are a little tough because something like hemline is a real no-go. That
Yeah,
E in that
agreed.
spot is really asking for it. But even the N in this spot, if Ben were to have the ing, if he has IG on his rack, you could really be giving him some big counters, not even necessarily triple triples. You can still get hit very hard in this spot without plays like that. So I think both of the letters that are terminal in the 7-letter words that play here are scary enough that I would be sacrificing 2 points to play Isleman here. But first, if you're Josh, you have to at least be thinking, do I have any words, for example, ending in ment? Like this looks like it could easily accommodate 8-letter words to the triple that would outscore either of those options we just outlined by quite a lot. So if you're Josh, you have to at least do that work, look at the T of Coit, and really be satisfied that there is no 8-letter word ending in T, and then you can move on to the decision that we just described, Jason.
Yeah, actually, a little bit surprising that he does not have anything to that T. I actually thought for a split second that he had liniment there, but I was misspelling it. Needs two I's, and not two E's. So yeah, expect him to take his time over this one. Also, a trap that not a player of Josh's caliber, but some can fall into is that we've been playing all on the bottom part of the board here. So he's actually chosen Cameline, which I was just about to say, the only bingo that we haven't mentioned that scores at least 70. Everything else a lot lower scoring. So I think we both preferred Islemen. I think chat was pretty unanimous on Islemen as well. So again, maybe just a case of blank blindness. Maybe not considering making the S a blank and hooking it to Coit. But for whatever reason, he has chosen Cameline.
Yeah, this I think this is all right when you compare it with lineman and hemline and the other plays down low that we considered, just because, yes, I mean, the main issue with this is it is a noun and takes an S, and there are no S's on the board. And basically, as the game continues, you have to start giving your opponents a little more credit that they're probably holding on to those good tiles like the S. So, when Ben plays Talk, he's leaving 3 tiles behind. Why is he doing that? Probably he has some affinity for those 3 tiles. And often over the course of a game, you need to start giving your opponent a little more credit for potentially having good tiles like the S, especially, as I said, none of them are on the board right now. So again, this isn't going to cost him, and maybe he's even going to draw. Once we get that sleeve out of the way, maybe he's even going to draw an S and benefit from that positioning. Looks like he doesn't actually. But yeah, I think a little bit risky to make that hook. He's not going to be punished for it here. But again, I just want to emphasize, like, if you look at that in computer analysis, it's really only a couple points mistake one way or the other between Isleman and Cameline, because he will often benefit from that positioning when Ben does not have an S and he draws one. So it's not so cut and dry decide that this is just always wrong and always going to work out worse for Josh, it's not as big of a mistake as I don't mean to imply here.
Yeah, and it looks like Ben is going to make his best play of clear, which scores well, and then blunts that S spot.
Yeah, so Ben, in the same vein, he has to realize that getting close to the mid game without a single S on the board, it's a good chance that Josh probably drew one out of the bag after his bingo. Of course, we can see that was not the case, but Ben is honoring that possibility and placing the C out there in space just to make sure that this game doesn't get away from him. And you can see the score still very close, and both players have some issues, Jason, with the tiles on their racks.
Yeah, I was going to say all sorts of good stuff to draw, and both players keep repeatedly missing it here, somewhat surprisingly. So, especially with Ben's rack over there, both Bs are on the board, so we know that he will not be getting the miracle floating B for anaerobe. Might be an opportunity for him to exchange next turn, maybe exchange more than he normally would, in an effort to dig into the bag and look for those four S's in the blank.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be tough to find plays that use that many tiles. Certainly in Josh's shoes, the focal point of the rack is the J. So you're going to be looking around and saying, how can I use this J for a good score? And oddly, there maybe the best way of doing that is the kind of sad looking jail for 22. That is really one of the stronger options available here. I don't really mind that from Josh's perspective, but there is another kind of crazy play that is worth consideration, Jason. Pipier into the R of clear. What do you make of that play?
It is very slick, and again, I really like kind of saving that J, especially with the presence of JA. Not a very easy one to see. The good thing about jail is that it does kind of block all those eights. Maybe things either through the E or ending ER ES. Double doubles to the L, etc. So I think it's pretty close between the plays. Again, given the situation, again, I'm really focused on first off, kind of blunting that S hook that Ben has just made with clear. We have seen most of the big tiles Q X Z all played J on Josh's rack. But it might be good to avoid something like a wash there. That's going to score a bunch of points.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. There is a lot to commend a play like Pipier here. It's just a very difficult play to generate again because the J is so ingrained in players at this level. When we see a rack like this, the goal is you'd want to try to undouble the I's and P's, but the primary goal is to get that J off as fast as possible. So coming up with Pipier as an option definitely represents going off the beaten path. I could easily see jail here, and it would not be something that I quibble with very much, but I do love Pipier for the reasons you described, Jason. Even with the S hook here looming for bingos, as you say, this S hook here could be plenty damaging. So I love obstructing it a little bit, while maybe hoping for better things for the J in the future.
Yeah, so somebody in chat just suggested maybe pale to instead to that L and Cameline setting up a JOE if you draw an O. I don't know if that's really kind of worth the point and leave sacrifice, although it does undouble the P. What does Sim think?
Well, main issue with pale, which at first glance might not seem like an issue, is that again you're kind of playing against S's a lot of the time, and spale is actually a word. So if Ben does have an S, you're potentially giving him huge counterplays, and also if you do not draw your O to play the setup of Joe, you're going to be in a bit of trouble. You will certainly never be bingoing after that play, holding JPI or something. But we see Jimp. This is an interesting pivot from jail. This is an attempt to undouble everything. Jail would have kept two P's. This instead keeps no duplicates at all. but it does run into vowel issues, keeping AEIP, and man, a tough draw there for Josh, drawing 3 more vowels to that rack. That looks like a combination of maybe a slight inaccuracy on his part, but also a really tough draw at a bad time. Not sure. Not sure if I lost audio or if I'm talking over anybody right now.
Sorry, I had muted myself, so I will
Ah,
start
okay.
again.
Yeah, that happened
um,
yesterday, so I was scared I was talking over you and not knowing it. So
no, so yeah, I'd not seen Jimp. Very interesting play. Like a lot of plays in this game. No real obvious, clear play. So like you said, a slight inaccuracy, but I would certainly put the emphasis on slight there. Um, don't often see 3 combined consonants on both players' racks there. So this has been a very interesting and fascinating game, despite the low score so far.
yeah, it has one bingo. And as you alluded to earlier, Jason, we saw these two players combine for something like 5 bingos in an absolute flurry to start the game last time we saw them play. And that's the beauty of Scrabble. It's going to be a very different experience on a game in, game out basis. And the best players are the ones that can be flexible, regardless of what the tiles and what the board shape dictate to them. Looks like Josh is responding to that vowel overload by targeting the play of epera right here. Very obscure 6-letter word with a bunch of vowels in it. That looks like a nice option to get a lot of clunk off that rack. And again, the players need to be thinking, man, this is pretty late in the game for all 4 S's to be unplayed. So Ben's previous play of arrow, nice way to dump some vowels and score at least a few points. It does block the S hook of quoits, but there is still a plenty good S line available. So every tile that you play could materialize into one of the S's, which finally we've seen Ben has drawn the first one out of the bag here.
Yeah, and again, not to beat a dead horse by talking about turnover, but I really think it's something that players, even some expert players, like, don't consider at this stage of the game. I think some players, just kind of get in that habit of, okay, what's my best score leave combo. Always be looking at that tracking sheet and notice stuff like, oh, we've only played 1 E so far, or oh, like, all 4 S's in this case, all 4 S's in a blank are unseen. So I really like this play by Josh. Had other options, such as EALE through that E in Cameline, making JOE. But I really like the fact that he's taking the one that draws 2 more tiles, and as we can see, he is rewarded for that turnover with a high prob bingo on his rack, as Ben considers what to do with his.
Yeah, Ben's got a really tough choice, and of course, he cannot know that Josh is a huge favorite to bingo here, and that if Josh is able to get this bingo down on his next turn, that is going to be a tough swing for Ben, and Ben is going to play Alf. I think this is a very normal play, especially at a slight deficit, to get rid of your 2 weakest bingo tiles in the U and the F and leave very strong bingo tiles and hope that either you can somehow get a bingo down. For example, this play really incentivizes Josh to play to this triple, which will leave this 7's lane wide open for Ben if he's able to draw one. And not only that, if Josh plays here, as he would be heavily incentivized to do, you open up a ton of lanes that Ben might be able to use. And in fact, it does look like Ben should be able to respond with a bingo. The only issue, of course, is that Josh's is going to score a little bit more, and he's still going to be up after they trade bingos.
Yeah, and looking at this board, is there, like, what is the most defensive bingo for Josh here, and is there a placement that will that will block, or make Anasol unplayable. He plays, his by far his highest scoring play, the only available double double of Somniate.
Yeah, this is by far the highest score at the, such a close game. Only 10 points ahead going into this move. Taking extra points is definitely worth more than it might be in other situations where you're looking for sort of shaping the board a little bit more. So in a close game, the board shaping concerns can take a backseat a little bit sometimes compared to just taking those extra points and staying as far ahead as possible. But as you suggest, Jason, Anasol will, I would say, come down in pretty short order for Ben. I don't imagine it will take too much longer. And there it goes. So the time difference is something to look at as well heading into the latter stages of the game.
Yeah, so Anasol, Ben's only playable bingo here, so as we expect, that comes down rather quickly. And now a very interesting board shape, and a very interesting situation for Josh here, ahead by 23. Obviously, the whole, I would say, not even just bottom half, whole bottom three quarters of the board, almost dead for bingos. The only way to bingo is up top through that A and N in Anasol. Um, Josh has found the other blank right here, and however, no playable bingos. So very interesting the way that Josh approaches the rest of this game. Does he want to try to win this game by getting the next bingo down, or does he want to win this game by playing a bunch of defense, blocking things up, and making Ben open, making your opponent open the board when you're sitting on the case blank is a good spot to be in.
Yeah, it is. It's a great point, though, that his motivations here are very much conflicting. He has a narrow lead. This is by no means a lead that is big enough that you can just turtle up completely. If you sacrifice too many points here to make a defensive play somewhere, and Ben still manages to fit a bingo on this very tight board, you could really regret it. Certainly, on the board as presently constituted, these two tiles are pretty much it to play through for bingos. It's very difficult to see where else you could even play. Another nice thing for Josh is that he has the H. He can now know that this spot between his H and blank is exclusively going to stay open for him. He can either take, so that, I mean, the thing about it is if he takes it now with a logical looking play like ARG, this looks decent as a score and using some of your clunkier tiles, but you are making a bingo lane that's very good that does not previously exist on the board. So that feels like something that's kind of runs counter to what he wants to do here. It's tough, right? A play like Hag looks very reasonable, balancing your rack and going for a bingo, but you would hate for Ben to beat you to the punch and play something there. So I feel like the score of the game incentivizes Josh to try to block this area, but the tiles on his rack have very different priorities.
Yeah, and working in Josh's favor, and again, this is a spot where, okay, I'm in really good shape. So how do I lose this game? Like, what happens when I lose this game, and what can I do to make sure that doesn't happen? Kind of incentivizing Josh maybe to be a little more aggressive here. We see that unseen tile pool, which has been very interesting the whole game. Both V's, both W's, both Y's. So you're probably not as concerned about Ben bingoing as you normally would be. We see that if it stays open up top, which it looks like it will, probably gravy through that A and Anasol. However, that does kind of muck up the board more, and with Ben being behind, I think Ben's best shot here, I think, is going to be just trying to outscore Josh. Um, so yeah, thoughts on if that unseen tile pool with both V's, both W's, and both Y's unplayed kind of changes your strategy, because again, if you're playing for a bingo and seeing that, that again, one of the ways you could lose this game from a very strong position is if you play for the bingo and then draw that stuff, while Ben has good stuff and bingos himself.
Yeah, it is a great point that the remaining tiles are really kind of polarized. You've got all kinds of good bingo tiles right here. And then after that, you got the whammies. All of this is potentially lurking. And Hog is the play here. This is an interesting choice because you could slot this right here, too. So, this, I was wondering if maybe Hog here would have a lot of defensive merit blocking this N. It like you can't block both the A and the N necessarily with a good scoring play, but Hog slid over is actually a decent block, at least of the N. You still have the A, but any bingo through the A is going to give you a triple back, which might be enough to sort of counter there. So I was leaning towards Hog here being maybe the best attempt at stopping Ben from bingoing. Yes, it gives back ohm, but there's only one O left, and that's very specific. The problem with this is it takes an S hook, and you really now allow Ben to make plays in different parts of the board, and maybe he will draw something. He is going to go ahead and play Gravy, which looks completely defensible here. It's just such a nice combination of points and leave, and Josh, I think, has drawn well enough that it is all moot at this point.
Yeah, and so you say the problem with Hog is that it takes the S and C front hook. I think from Josh's perspective, I think it's one of the reasons he played it. This is a very aggressive play, but I think he's kind of setting up the row three bingos there on top of Hog as well as creating himself an S hook. So I think he had decided that he wants to bingo again with that case blank. That's his best path to victory, and playing Hog, makes it such that no matter what Ben does next turn, the board will be open for him to do that.
That's fair. I mean, it's scary to go that route just because if Ben has an immediate bingo that you could have blocked, you will feel worse than normal. But that's part of being a good Scrabble player is to not worry so much about the feeling of what's going to happen. Am I going to feel bad if I get this bad thing happen to me, but just to make the play that the situation demands as dispassionately as possible. So I think I would have probably turtled up there a little bit, and Josh showing that there is serious upside in playing it a little bit differently. Delator is the play there. Not sure if he is aware of other, maybe this has a benefit of blocking S plays going down. Something like Alerted in this spot scores 6 more points, but it leaves the Shog hook untouched. So maybe a little defense also being played here by Josh Castellano.
Absolutely, yeah. I think now the board is basically dead for bingos, except for maybe something ending in A off of Gravy. Um, we see that we saw those two V's, two W's, and two Y's, and Ben drew 5 of the 6 and did not draw the blank. So sometimes in this game, especially between two players who are very evenly matched, that's kind of your difference.
So we are getting the result that I semi jokingly hoped for here, which is for Josh to win a game or two to keep this thing really, really interesting headed into the last few games. Again, you see it at the top of your screen. This is round 25, and the main event here is 28 games. So with Ben already up 3 games in the standings, Josh needing to win pretty much as early and often as possible to keep this thing interesting. And Ben's about to make a nice play of Rosie for 52. Maybe a slight improvement could have been the fun sway down here, but Cameline is not an obvious word that takes an S. You could think that this word means like a camel. So maybe an S wouldn't go at the end of it, but Rosie, on the other hand, is a clear, very solid play. And looks like, is that an outplay? Yes, it is. Vesta at the top of the board for 27 to finish this game off. Wow, another good one between these two, Jason, as we keep saying.
Yeah, yesterday there was a couple turn sequence near the end there where you mentioned what the best play was, and then it hit the board. So with that and getting the result that we were both kind of sort of hoping for. When these two play, you seem to have a great power just by speaking things into being. I only ask
Mm.
that you use that for good and not evil. But yeah, as expected, very well played game between these two. And kind of like I mentioned at the start, kind of the converse of yesterday's game. Very well played by both players. Only this time, Josh getting a little bit better of the letters.
Yeah, no doubt. Unfortunately for you and for the world, the first thing I'm thinking of is all the bad things that I can do with that power of speaking things into existence. But I will try to focus it in on the positive Scrabble applications. And now at this point, because Josh has won this game, he is going to move up to he's going to move up to 18 and Ben is going to stay at 20. But again, even a single win from Ben over Josh at this point would put him back to being 3 games ahead. So there's just not enough rounds left. I think Josh really does have to keep on winning to make this interesting. So again, this late in the tournament, all the rounds do need to be completed until the full group of players can be paired up. I think we know that these two are basically guaranteed to continue doing battle on the live streaming board until Ben finally, if he does win a game, it's very likely to be a clincher for him here. So we're likely to see a lot more of these too, but just a quick heads up that it might take a little bit because a lot of the other games in the division, it's not so clear who's supposed to play who.
Yeah, very interesting. So yes, I would expect to see Ben and Josh part 3 or 4, or I think part 4 it would be on stream momentarily. But I think we will want to discuss with our producer as well as the tournament director. How we want to do this.
So, with that in mind, let's just take a quick moment to again thank our very generous sponsors, those two being NASPA Games and, of course, Bob Lynn, who we saw on stream earlier. We had him on for an interview. He has created an amazing number of different prizes for players in the Collins division, especially those in the lower group. We've seen a smattering of games from Division B in Collins. We typically stick with that upper crust, the cream of the crop in Division A. But really it is amazing to see players of all different skills, experiences, and backgrounds on the stream. So thank you so much to Bob for a wide array of prizes that are making it easier for all of us to play. And of course, we got to shout out Let's Play Scrabble.com, who are our generous hosts. That's the channel you're watching right now. We got Josh and Kieran, the co-brains behind the operation here. Producer Josh does amazing work behind the scenes to bring you these awesome streams. It really is a pleasure to be a part of it. And Jason, this is your first go at this event as a commentator in the Let's Play Scrabble ecosystem. And you've been doing a great job. How is it feeling for you?
It feels great. The next Let's Play Scrabble tournament and live stream is the Canadian Scrabble Classic in Belleville, Ontario, February 28th through March 2nd. And if I don't play that tournament, it would be so much fun to be on the Let's Play Scrabble stream again. I'm having an absolute blast working with you and Charles and Nits, and you guys have made it very easy, and you've been very accommodating to a new commentator such as myself. So appreciate that.
Well, as I say, it has been a pleasure. I don't know if you're like me, but commentating these events definitely gives me the itch to get back out there on the board. There's just something about seeing it from afar that makes me pine to be back out there competing myself. And is that something you're feeling in your first go around here?
Absolutely, absolutely. Especially on New Year's Day. Think about as I think about what I want my 2025 and beyond to look like. This has been a lot of fun, and it'll be an adjustment though. You get kind of spoiled like having Quackle right next to you, especially commentating in this lexicon, which is not the lexicon I play most often. I would be totally lost without that. There was a play yesterday where Austin played VOUGE, and my first instinct was that he had transposed tiles. So fortunately, I checked with this is a Collins 5. Okay, before I said something regrettable. But so yeah, it would be a little bit of an adjustment for me to go back to playing without the cheat code. But yeah, as someone who doesn't play that much right now, I was mentioning on stream yesterday that I feel like I've done almost everything on my Scrabble bucket list except be annotated / streamed, apart from Can-Am. And so Josh said, got to get me out to one of those tournaments and work it such that I can check that one off the Scrabble bucket list.
Ah, that's awesome. We'll definitely look forward to seeing your debut on the Let's Play Scrabble top board, which is a lot of fun. I feel like for whatever reason, every time I'm up there, the games are either a blowout against me or some kind of crazy epic battle that ends in an incredible fashion. So usually the latter, not that many blowouts, in fact. So the streaming board brings the best out of me, and hopefully it will do the same for you. And of course, we have not just the streaming tech and board behind the scenes, our other tools of the trade. Want to give a big shout out to our Word Judge application that is wordjudge.me, which is brought to you by, again, I say it every time, Art Moore, looking absolutely dapper and debonair, I dare say. But at some point, can you believe it? This dapper man had to sit at a computer and code this thing up, get his nerd on, and create this wonderful word judge tool that we are using to adjudicate our challenges. And not only that, we have an amazing tool we use to get those clocks on screen as well, and that is the word lookup tool Ulu. And if anyone could outdo Art's pose, it would be the wonderful Seth Lipkin here, who look at these two amazing tools. We've got Ulu, which is a really useful resource. Definitely recommend it to those of you out there who are looking for a tool that lets you look up those Scrabble words. Is this word valid? Are you ever out there at the grocery store and you see a word, or you see a word out in the world and you wonder, is that word a Scrabble valid word? Ulu is very handy for situations like that. And of course, with the timer that we use, but even more importantly, perhaps the wonderful site crosstables.com, which is an unbelievable resource of upcoming tournaments, past tournament results, even annotated games. You can go on there and see an incredible database of lots and lots of games that have been played in the past. It's definitely something that I might as well make it my homepage, Jason.
Yeah, cannot say enough about the credits to the community that Art Moore and Seth Lipkin are, and for all that they've done for Scrabble, like away from the board, they are both amazing people who are great to be around as well. So appreciate you giving both of them shout outs here.
I mean, I would struggle to make such a cool pose for anything that I am associated with, so I got to give them props for that first and foremost. So, with all of our kudos distributed, we will now take the shortest possible break. Again, we know that we're going to be seeing a lot more of Ben Schoenbrunn and Josh Castellano on the top board, as long as Josh can continue to make it interesting with these hard-fought wins. But we have to get the rest of the division set. So while we do that, just a quick break from us here until we are back with round 26 from Albany, New York. All right, folks, break time is over. Round 26 is set to start. You could see the two players there at the streaming station ready to rock. Josh Castellano ready to go first against Ben Schoenbrunn. And Jason, we just saw a great game between these two, and I'm hoping for another one coming up.
Well, given how good both of these players are, that's a pretty good bet that we'll see it.
So, yeah, without further ado, a quick look at the standings just to refresh everyone's memory here. You can see Ben is 2 games up now from Josh, who just won his previous round game. It looks like among the players with 16 wins, it looks like a couple setbacks for each one, except for Matthew O'Connor, who now works his way up a little bit there. Unfortunately, due to Matthew's spread, it doesn't seem possible that he can either overtake Ben by winning 3 straight times and Ben losing, because if Ben loses, it means that Josh Castellano is the one that beat him, and Josh's spread is absolutely huge. Hopefully that made sense. Jason, any other nuances I'm failing to communicate?
No, it made sense to me. Hopefully, it made sense to chat, and I think we're ready to go.
So, all right, let's get to it. Josh continuing to need wins to keep his tournament alive here. Again, if he loses this game, he will be 3 games back with 2 rounds to go. Not a winning formula for him. So this is still an absolute must that he find a way to win this game. And ultimately, his pathway appears to be to win 4 straight games against Ben Schoenbrunn, which doesn't feel like it should be achievable. But in Scrabble, Jason, pretty much anything is possible.
Yeah, I made the joke yesterday afternoon on screen that Ben would have to lose 5 in a row for something to happen. I said I'm not sure that God could beat Ben 5 in a row right now, but he has lost his last 2, and hopefully for Ben that seed of doubt is non-existent. It's a nice spot to be in, to know that you only got to win one of the next 3.
So let's get into it now, then, with Josh starting out and Ben to respond. So the players appear to still be in good spirits. And now the nice pregame handshake between these two. And again, Josh has a long way to go, but he has started off on the right foot. With the win in round 25, can he keep it going here? Let's see what that first draw is for him. To start this game off. And I see BP. Oh,
Yeah, you got a lot of consonants here, but very close to Blintz. Just needs the L for that. Looks like Fizz is the best option.
yeah. I think Fizz with that weird spelling of Phiz is definitely a word that jumps out here, but also one that I feel like I sometimes struggle to see in a timely manner. So I by no means am I suggesting that Josh is going to struggle to see this. I just feel like sometimes it takes me a little bit to see that word, which in this position is absolutely best. The consolation prize would be something like Biz, and there you go. We see the optimal play find its way onto the board in short order.
Yeah, just again, just making sure that you're not missing anything. A 5-letter word in that rack, or really no way to kind of set up the Z there. So it looks like taking the 36 points is best.
So Ben with good bingo tiles in some ways, but that GM combination, so mileaged, is not a valid word, nor does it fit on the board anywhere. So he's going to have to come up with a different direction here. I do feel like he has some very good overlapping potential underneath Fizz. That's something about the Z, which is very useful in the Collins lexicon. Well, I guess it's either useful or a drawback, depending on your position here. But a lot of vowels go under there, and I feel like there are some good options that Ben has that might go there, but also maybe he'll just content himself to not pay attention to the Z and play the overlap with something like GAM. A couple different options, Jason, to sift through.
Yeah, again, kind of continuing with the trend, Ben, drawing okay racks, that don't really have an obvious bingo or a star play. Looks like blowing it up and playing item underneath the HIZ of Fizz. Is one of his highest scoring plays, other than AIDE, making four overlaps, which you would never do keeping GLM. I don't feel so. Yeah, what are your thoughts on what you would do in this spot, and what you think we'll see Ben do?
Yeah, I think it looks like he is getting set to play IDEM in this spot. The nice thing about this is it doesn't take an S, although now there is a good lane to play 7-letter words afterwards. I like this purely because a lot of the other plays on the board are, these same overlaps, but this one scores about as much as you can while at least leaving a semi-balanced leave. And the thing about some of these other plays like GAM in this spot, yes, you leave a very nice leave of DEIL, but the board is really constricted after those two opening plays. You're very unlikely to actually be able to play a bingo on the subsequent board. So, really overemphasizing keeping a good leave over scoring points is a little bit premature until the board opens up a little bit. So, I do feel like this is a very defensible play on Ben's part. But it does open that sevens lane back to Josh right here. And in fact, even better, this is really, really nice. He could have played between making Hin, but he sees that the overlaps go all the way through. Better positioning. Again, Josh Castellano just very, very sharp with his play finding ability all tournament long.
Yes, absolutely, and I actually felt that was always one of my strengths as a player, is kind of seeing those overlaps, but especially in Collins with the added twos and threes, there were some even yesterday that I was missing, but a very nice job by Josh to see his only playable bingo and choosing by far the best placement.
Yeah, and Ben finds himself down again early on. He has to. I mean, there is an emotional component here where if you're Ben, all you have to do basically is win a single game to wrap this thing up, and he has to be careful as Josh continues to play well and make things difficult on him. There isn't an emotional component that you just have to stay focused and not stay the course. Everything Ben's been doing to get this far has been so solid. And if he just remains patient and doesn't compound this by starting to worry or get nervous that, oh my God, am I really going to lose a bunch of games in a row? He should be just fine. But yeah, this is it's starting to feel like an emotional component could come into play here where you're saying to yourself, oh my God, I'm not really going to do this, am I?
Yeah, and I appreciate you mentioning that. I touched on it briefly, in the preview of this game. I feel like, over the last decade or so, and hopefully I'm not, getting too out of line by saying this, but that Ben has really matured, both as a Scrabble player and a person. I think, maybe the Ben Schonbrun of 2010, I would be a little bit worried about here. But I think the Ben Schonbrun of 2024-25 is is a lot mentally tougher, and will handle this a lot better, having that age and experience. That being said, if this game continues to go this way, and you've lost three in a row, like I said, that seed of doubt, you want to keep it tamped, but especially like this is on stream for everybody to see, like, oh, I just need to win one game, and now two chances have come and gone, and if I were Ben, even I would probably admit that I might be freaking out a little bit internally.
Yeah, I think it would be natural, and that's just we're all human beings. At least 99% of us are play as if we were human beings. I have one
Yeah.
particularly well bearded individual who doesn't seem to ever be affected by things of this nature. That being the legendary Nigel Richards, who really it is actually kind of underrated. In addition to all the other skills that he possesses, which are so otherworldly, that ability to really truly not seem to worry that much about the actual outcomes of the games is a really underrated part of what makes him so special. But for most of us mere mortals, it's you have to at least do some mental work there to get to that place where you can really be zen about these types of situations. And frankly, we have another gut check coming up, in fact, as Ben is sitting on not only pantings but the newly added pantsing, which of course is long overdue. I feel like I certainly in my youth, I just remember that being a common prank to be played at like sports camp and things like that, where that's definitely long overdue to get into the lexicon. But that A of Talak, where it plays, is almost certain to be blocked by almost any good play that Josh can have here. And very nice play by him. This looks like his best option. A fantastic score in this tricky position of 37. And that is going to block the A for Ben. So this is where those emotional factors come into play, Jason.
Yeah. I can only assume that pantsing takes the DE front extension, by the way, because more as depantsing. But yeah, again, just kind of getting back to what we were talking about earlier, it's you know, you're just trying to get a foothold in this game. You see you have a bingo, and then I think that Ben would have anticipated it being blocked on this board. Not really much else to play, like you said. Just about all Josh's good plays, especially with this rack. What block pantsing. So he is just going to take the points here with pings hooking the S to make Talaks, and I think that's the right decision.
Yeah, I agree. This isn't even that much worse of a score than his bingo would be. So, in fact, maybe that will temper that disappointment quite a bit. 45 points here, still behind by 50 after that play, but things are still very much in play for him. Depending on Josh's draw, Josh is about to. Ooh, there we go. Harlots on the rack. I'm not sure if this actually fits anywhere, but certainly a
Yeah, it does
nice,
not.
yeah, nice flexible draw. Doesn't fit,
Mhm.
but that is certainly going to help him. That mix of vowels and consonants is going to help him do something productive here. I guess the issue, if you're Josh now, is you're winning. You're up by 50. You can keep playing defensively, or you can worry a little bit about, do I want to somehow get an S hook on the board so that if I do draw a bingo, it will actually play? I expect Josh to be patient and continue to play defensively. He could easily play something like O down in the lower corner for a solid 24 points, keep things nice and closed. Very, very difficult to navigate the resulting board for Ben. Another tempting option could be Thaw for 30, which scores a few more points and sheds an additional consonant, but it opens up the board in ways that maybe he would prefer not to do at this score. Do you have any instincts, Jason, on those two?
Yeah, I think for Josh being up 50, I think you're really liking this the way that this board is set up right now. You do have bingos ending in E or A or O off of that W in weeded. But yeah, I think after you play OH, certainly seems to be the best play. Again, just wants to make sure that he's not missing anything. But the way the board is shaped after OH, you'll be taking a lead of 74. I think you can't complain too much about that.
You also have to remember, even though the board does not have an S hook, let's just emphasize that idem, here excuse me, this is an adjective. So no S hooking possibility here. Zen does have an S hook, but again, starting a word with an S is a little bit rarer than certainly ending with one, thanks to the inflections in English. But you can expect that, let's say Josh plays OH, and if he's worried that, man, there's no good S hook on the board after this, it's entirely possible that Ben, being the one trailing on the scoreboard, that maybe he will try to find a way to create one. I actually don't really see where that would be possible at all on this board. But I would say that Josh can afford to be patient, knowing that it's Ben who has the incentives to try to open this board up more aggressively, after which maybe then that will be Josh's time to pounce. So again, that being said, I have no idea what Ben is supposed to play here. Oh, all right. He's going to use his S again, just as he did with pings. This actually looks like really his only realistic option, Jason, to score some points here.
Yeah, scurf or scuff. Scurf a little bit more aggressive. As I believe that takes the S hook. But yeah, nice job by Ben finding his what his best play or close to it very quickly.
So both plays do take the S. I know
Oh,
scuffed looks
scuff
like it
also takes
could
it.
be,
Okay.
yeah, it could be a past tense. So both of these actually do take an S. Scurf actually also takes a Y hook as well, which is not really something that should end up mattering, but there does come the Y onto Ben's rack. Let me give him his points for that play. So yeah, this actually is playing out almost exactly the way Josh probably hoped. Play down here, pray that Ben aggressively opens up and creates an S hook, and then draw a bingo that I can use to seize control of the game. The only flaw in the plan, as good as these tiles look, there is no 7-letter word in there, nor are there any 8-letter words through these 2 letters. So he's faced again with kind of a tough position, Jason, and now he might be a little bit worried that the board is getting more open and I can't do as much about it.
Yeah, the one of the good things about OH was ALRST is a very potent leave. You can see in the top left there a very very vowel heavy pool. The downside, however, is that 6 of the E's have been played already. So most of the vowels left are A's, I's, O's, and U's. Which don't always go perfectly with that ALRST leave. So Josh is gonna start opening up a little bit here by playing draw.
Yeah, and this is really crazy. So I guess this D now gives Ben a lifeline to play trendily through that D. Um, Prior to that, he would have had to think about whether Scurf takes a Y hook, because inertly and Scurfy scores 15 more points than this. It does open up triple lanes back to Josh, but 15 is a lot of points. Now, if you're at all unsure about the validity of Scurfy, I definitely think that Ben can see that he had inertly on his rack. But this to me is not only a little bit of playing it safe, of I'm not 100% sure that Scurfy is valid. It also opens up a lot of opportunities back to Josh, which trendily is not quite as bad. Yes, there could be overlaps here, but it would be very tricky to land them. So very timely draw and play by Ben, but Josh has the other Y, and I wonder if there's any thought in his mind about now if he plays Scurfy, he actually could stand to get an extra 5 points from Ben on a challenge as well. You might actually feel confident to bake that into your play if you hook that Y there.
That is a very good point, Will. Because yes, I noticed that this is a very fascinating position where Scurfy is Ivy making Scurfy is the best play. But I had not considered the aspect that if you're Josh, if you play Scurfy, you will probably get the nickel. And that's actually one of the things that's good about Collins and 5 point challenge in general, as opposed to double challenge. So sometimes, I'm not sure of a hook. I play my bingo elsewhere. In a case like this, then my opponent takes the hook, and then you're like, okay, like, this really shouldn't be a hook that for only my opponent and not for me. But the penalty for challenging in double challenge is really harsh. Losing your turn. So at least here, for Ben's sake, and Josh is actually going to play TIVY to that T in Trendly, so it's all going to end up being a moot point. But in a situation like that, you can challenge, and you're not losing your turn. You're only losing 5 points, which is probably good for your state of mind.
Yeah, so you can see that those same letters played right here for Josh Castellano for a much lower score. That would be 20 points compared to 31 before a challenge. You could probably expect to get 5 extra points there, given Ben's play of trendily instead of inertly, which would have pumped it up to 36. So potentially 16 extra points, which again, this game so close, you could easily see those points mattering a lot. But we move on. I can easily see why both players would be a little unsure of scurfy. That is exactly the sort of word that if you get those letters in an anagramming quiz, CF, URSY or whatever, you're going to know it's probably scurfy. But remembering that word is valid over the board is a very different task. Anyway, Ben plays outfox, Jason. I think that's a pretty strong option.
Yes, certainly seemed to be his best play. Just keep making your best play, and even though it's been a struggle for Ben so far today, all you can do is keep making your best play and hopes that it works out. And a very, very interesting position here for Josh. Not sure. I know that Elites does not take the I in NWL, and so yes, so confirmed that there are no playable bingos here. The first thing that came to my mind is the potential to play your I by itself off of the O and out fox. I don't think that's the right idea. You do have the L though, and Elites does go with just about everything. Don't think that's right here. Think looks like a play like LEI or playing off those same letters by playing Riel off of the R in Scurf is his best option.
Yeah, a couple very different choices here. These two plays both score in the 20s. This one 25 and this one 21, but creating an S hook with an S in hand. Also, it's worth noting that Ben just played out Fox in, I definitely think that was his best play, but look at this scoring spot, which is just staring Josh in the face. But with all these 1 point tiles, he has very little that he can do. Jason suggested maybe being a little bit crazy and playing OI. The worry about this is that actually takes an S in Collins too. So
Oh, there
you
you
have to
go.
worry
Okay.
there in addition to a K. So he's going to make his safer play of lay, and Ben has ergotic on his rack, and I expect that to go down in a hurry right here under the Y of Tivy. And that is going to put a lot on Josh's next draw. He really could use a bingo to equalize after this play that I expect we're going to see very fast. And here it comes.
Yeah, and this game has most certainly turned. Here we were, after Josh played between and then we did, talking about Ben's state of mind and the need to be mentally tough and hang in there. And now he is in good shape in this game.
Yeah, very good shape. And Josh, to his excellent leave of TEIES ties, he drew BF, which is just not what you want to see. Those two high scoring letters do not mesh well together. If you could just replace the B or F with pretty much any low scoring consonant, I should say, he's very, very likely to be bingoing right here. Instead, he's going to have to make some kind of a balancing play. And I think a lot of the good plays that Josh has will leave this spot wide open, which allows Ben to just absolutely punish it with something like joke next turn. So things have gotten grim in a hurry for Josh Castellano. I really like the mistakes that are being made at this level are so microscopic. I don't even want to suggest that things would have been that much different had Josh played Scurfy and Ivy. It would have led to a different game. There's no guarantee that it would have actually helped him out all that much. But right now, the game turning on that a little bit, and that just shows you how high of a level the players are playing at here, Jason. That was really like a very minimal level mistake. We're not seeing very many missed bingos. We're not seeing very many big time scoring plays be missed. It's the tiny details here at this level.
Absolutely, and I just caught up on your YouTube channel. By the way, like and subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble, and then Will's YouTube channel if you're not to both of those already. But yeah, like you were talking about mistakes that you had made lately, and I'm like, man, like, yeah, they really worked out badly for you, but like in the grand scheme of things, like those are really small mistakes. Like I said, especially at my level and in NWL, I feel like if I go through a game where where I don't have a phony challenged off, I don't let an opponent's phony stay on, and I convert all my bingo racks, that I'm doing okay. But yeah, your margin of error is a heck of a lot smaller when you're playing the best players in the world.
Yeah, just want to point out, I didn't even notice this until it was mentioned that Ben actually has a bingo on that rack, if you can believe it. Jarkman, a forger of passes or licenses, would play for Ben if he knows it. So obviously an obscure word there for sure. I don't know if I would have the patience to see that with the obvious joke staring me right in the face, and I don't even think that would be that much worse, scoring extremely well. Jarkman here is going to score fantastically, but it will also open up a triple back to Josh. But either way, this is a huge swing for Ben. If he sees that word and knows it, this could get ugly in a hurry for Josh Castellano. But yeah, this is anyway. As we wait for Josh to make his next move, a couple options. He could play fib right here, getting rid of that F and B, setting up a very nice S hook for himself. He could play far right here, or maybe he wants to go crazy with it and just play fob in this spot, which would be
I
the
did see
ultimate.
Yeah, I with an S unseen. If you had the case S, I see it with an S unseen and a blank. Even as someone who suggested just dropping the I off of the O and out Fox, that's a little too gutsy even for me.
Yeah, it's a little crazy. So I think most of the options, I don't think I would find it in me to play fobs here. This doesn't make enough sense with good plays like fib available that score quite similarly and really set up my S in a super strong way that's quite difficult to block. I love the play of fib here, frankly. And if that is the play for Josh, which would be entirely understandable, Ben's going to have his pick of Jarkman in either of these two spots, or failing that, the gigantic joke through the O. So things looking fantastic for Ben to really turn the tides in this game that started out very well for Josh, but these two players are seemingly equally dangerous. Oh my gosh, can
Wow,
you
how did he
believe
know to
that?
block them both? I
That's
cannot believe he did
crazy.
that.
Well, I think you can make an argument for it, which is that the S on the board is very annoying to obstruct, and it represents a great bingo lane for you if you're Josh after that play. Let me get his points on the board here. And then you can also realize that there are really heavy tiles in the pool that Ben could have drawn. And if you play fibs, you're just giving him a chance to whack you in those spots in a way that even your best bingos are not necessarily going to be enough to counteract. So I do think there's a way to get there, but I'm very impressed that he found a way to get out of what was a near fatal situation, and to the point there of how important it was to play in that spot, at least in this specific instance, and probably several other ones with high scoring letters still lurking. Remember, this is from Ben's point of view, from Josh's point of view, all this stuff was still there. The J and K to worry about. Ben had his pick of like 90-point plays, and here he's probably looking at something like jammed for 33. So an enormous swing right there, Jason.
Great analysis there, Will, by the way. I mean, I am playing fib, setting up my S up down below, setting up my T off of OF, and taking my chances. But yeah, that's an amazing play by Josh to look at the unseen pool, deduce the threat, and play fobs there to totally totally to mess up Ben's joke. And again, like that's one where I don't know if Ben saw or knows Jarkman, but if I see both of those plays get blocked, again, it's kind of hard to kind of regroup and figure out. The good news is that Ben does have some decent plan Bs here. You mentioned playing off the J and the M, through that A and draw and the B in between. I also saw JAK atop the OTI in Ergodic, which looks like it is actually looks like that is Quackle's championship players selection here. But yeah, he'll still be in good shape after this play, and that's kind of what you have to remind yourself in spots like this.
Yeah, the nice thing about Jack is that you're getting rid of both the J and the K, and you are really racing as hard as possible. If you look at this pool, 15 vowels and 11 consonants, Ben keeping MERN is actually fantastic. He has a great chance of drawing at least 2 more vowels, and if he's able to do that, he stands a great chance to win the race to this S. Of course, from his perspective, he's probably quite worried about what could Josh have. There's definitely plenty of good bingo tiles. If Josh can just have drawn a couple of these low point consonants with all those vowels still lurking, but Ben may elect to play Jack here for that reason. Instead, he's going to play Jam. That was the original suggestion. It would be sorely tempting as well from his perspective to just play Jab and stop that S from being usable going down from the upper corner. Of course, there are still overlaps, and maybe enough of those overlaps still fit that he didn't feel like that made enough sense as a block, giving up a bunch of points over the move that he ended up making.
To appreciate you pointing out the vowel heaviness of the pool, which I had missed momentarily. I think it also speaks to how amazing Josh's play is. I am almost never considering anything that's going to leave AEIT in such a vowel heavy pool. So that he was able to deduce that fobs was the right play there. Even knowing that he was drawing into a vowel heavy bag and leaving AEIT just kind of makes that fobs play even more amazing from where I sit.
Yeah, for sure. And he has managed to draw 2 consonants, of course. That's a good thing. The bad news is the consonants he drew, the W and G, not tiles that are friendly together. So he can make a nice play here of a weight into the T of ergodic, which leaves him with GET. That, again, is a good leave to keep. 2 consonants and 1 vowel, expecting you are going to fill up with a lot more vowels from the unseen pool. Both players are now trending in a vowel heavy direction, Jason. And actually, I feel like because of the score, I feel like Ben can probably feel a little bit at ease about that, because with all those vowels, even a bingo to the S is probably only going to score in that 70-point range, which he might be able to weather that storm just by continuing to keep the scoring pressure up. And to me, that's kind of a nice argument, actually, to keep the K on this play as well instead of play Jack. But that being said, you could easily imagine that after Jack, you're getting a few more bingos down here too. So anyway, await is the play, and we will await the draw for Josh to see if he can pick that all-important bingo here. Sorry, only a couple more games of this.
No, that was great. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, await does everything. It scores the most that you're going to score. It gets rid of vowels. Like I said, the 3 aspects of a play, it does all 3. Scores as much as you're going to score. makes the board a lot more dynamic. You're probably thinking that you're going to need a bingo to win this game, and it leaves as good as you're going to leave with that pool. And Josh has been rewarded by drawing his fourth blank of the morning to zero for Ben. So we are certainly headed for a very interesting finish.
So yeah, a not quite 30-point lead here for Ben. So scoring points and balancing your own ability to get a bingo next turn is quite important here. So he could play something like Arc right here. It scores 28, leaving quite good bingo tiles. You're undoubling your A here. Sorry, Jason, did you?
No, that's all right. Is AENOR again under normal circumstances good bingo tiles, but in this
Yeah.
pool, you are kind of asking for trouble if you make a play like Arc. Not saying that Arc is a bad player or the wrong move. It's just again something you have to consider.
Totally true, which is why another interesting choice. Again, the second blank is still lurking from Ben's perspective. We see that Josh has just drawn it, but this late in the game, using a few more tiles is probably a nice idea. So something like Okier is also tempting. This would leave him with just one vowel and one consonant, A-N. So you could easily fill up with a nightmarish draw of U-U-O-O or something like that, but at the very least, you are scoring 30 and drawing kind of a little bit more to try to get that last S or the second blank in hand. So that is definitely another option here. Either way, Josh definitely has bingos that he is going to see. Out edges has been pointed out that plays into the S for probably among the higher scores on offer for him. So it is important that Ben managed to get a decent number of points on this move so he's not down by that much going into his next turn.
Yeah, I kind of like Okier in this spot because it puts an O in the triple lane up there, and normally that would be a bad thing. But again, you're looking at a vowel heavy pool. Your opponent has just played three vowels and a consonant. So maybe Ben might, assuming that he's struggling with vowels more than he is, but if you think your opponent has a lot of vowels, throwing a vowel up there maybe a little bit more likely that you will use it than your opponent. Now, as we look at the pool, the V is the only clunky tile left. So, sometimes you are setting up VOUGE for a decent score and allowing your opponent to unburden himself of the VU. But I like the fact that Okier scores. Again, kind of being ahead. I don't know if you want to end the game faster here. If you're Ben, I don't know if turnover is a good thing. Like you said, the unseen pool has a blank and an S, but other than that, looks looks a little rough. So yeah, this is a very interesting position, and we see Ben taking an uncharacteristically long amount of time trying to figure out what to do.
Suggestion also of Koa in the chat playing alongside here. That seems like a very reasonable play, and Ben is going to go with as much defense as he can muster here of Awoke. This is a play we haven't discussed yet. I feel like it's definitely has some logic to it, blocking the top part of the board quite effectively. And I think his hope here is that if he can dodge a bingo to this S one more turn, maybe he's going to want to play up to this triple and then force any bingo into the S to go down, which is a little bit less likely. Still relatively likely, though. So this does sacrifice 7 points on the scoreboard compared to other plays like Okier, which don't really address the openings at all. But we're going to see, and of course, Josh, so strong on his word knowledge, we are going to see the 80-point out edges. That is the best available bingo for him. And Ben draws the last S. But now the board is so closed that even when we get a glimpse at that tile, oh, that's
Yeah.
not a very good rack to head into this pre-endgame with, Jason.
No, and I'm trying to see how many tiles are in the bag here. We'll
Just
we'll see
one
what.
now.
Oh, okay. Oh, so Josh isn't even emptying the bag. Oh boy.
Yep.
Yeah. This is a interesting spot. Very interesting spot for sure. Gonna have to. Looks like Roan off of the Aran Scurf alongside Outfox is a really nice play. Now that you have the case S, I think your path to winning this game involves setting it up in some way.
Yeah, I guess it's if you play something here, you have to choose between Roan and Roar, setting up your S and hoping that the tiles out of the bag give you a 5 letter word that are annoying to block. But even in those cases, I feel like Josh should have the edge to be able to figure out a way to win this, especially because Ben is going to have all 1 point tiles no matter what. The last tile in the bag is an A. So actually, regardless of whether if he plays Roan or Roar in this spot, I believe he will have a 5 letter word that he's threatening with the draw of an A. In either case, either Naras, Naras, it's an obscure 5 letter word that would play to hook. Also Arnas, Ranas, a couple other ones there, or Aris, Arras. Will also play. So Josh will have to deal with that, but he has the V that he can use to do it while also potentially scoring decently. So this is going to be a tight end game. Of course, there might also be other options apart from playing alongside the X that maybe Ben will try to play one tile and sneak a bingo on this board somewhere. Maybe there's something that he'll see through the A at the top of the board. I don't see it right now, but that's why he's sitting at the board.
Yeah, and again, that's one of the benefits to playing so fast early is that you give yourself a lot of time to determine how you win this game from here. And I think the way to win this game from here is a Roan or Roar type play, setting up your S. No E's left. I guess there are ways to block it. But again, Josh probably will be sacrificing a lot of points to do so. Maybe you can go out somewhere else. So a very interesting situation here where one of those games where with one tile in the bag, we are still not sure who's going to win yet.
Yeah, the thing about these plays here, either one of them, it makes it too easy for Josh to just play his V with something like Vol here.
Yeah.
So that's the trouble with a play like that. I mean, Josh is a little bit low on time, but he has enough to sort of hold his nerve and come up with a good endgame sequence after a play like that. So maybe Ben will try to concoct a different approach here. I'm just trying to see if maybe he has better outplays somewhere else. If he picks one or the other of Roan or Roar here. I'm thinking that amazingly, Josh has found a way to reverse the tide again. So, what a swingy game here, Jason. Josh starting out fast, Ben regaining command, and now Josh may be squeaking out an incredible comeback win to preserve his tournament chances here.
Yeah, and again, not to harp on it, but from Ben's perspective, you kind of had one hand on the trophy, as the saying goes. You were in control. You had all that clunk. You had Joke ready to go down. And then improbably given Josh's rack and the situation, Josh finds the star play to kill everything. And after you play Jam, I think Ben has drawn nothing but vowels since. Um, so yeah, you just gotta try to shake that off and see if you can figure out the right pre-end game here. It looks like he is going to go for Roar, which I think is quite logical, even though it doesn't look like it's going to work in this case.
Yeah, it is completely logical. It definitely threatens, a major issue that Josh is going to have to deal with. He's only up by 7 points going into this move, and Ben does draw the A as we knew he would. But there were other letters that pretty much all of these. If he drew an O, he would have Roans. If he drew an I, Rains, Larns. Rauns. So a lot of the vowel draws will threaten something, but look at how quickly Josh has
Mhm.
spotted the option that's going to blunt the threat of this S hook, and he'll come away with a relatively comfortable win, scoring 21 points here and denying Ben an out anywhere else on the board.
Yeah, and like you said, like that was one of the perils of Roar. I don't know if did you ever run championship player there to see if Ben had any winning pre end games, or what the best pre end game was. This is a game where we can kind of assume perfect end game play from both players. So I just don't know if we ever looked at that, honestly. I feel
Yeah.
like Roar has to be right. I find it hard to believe that this is a spot where Ben loses no matter what he picks out of the bag, but maybe it is.
Yeah, it's that's a tough one. For some reason, the computer is liking the play of the new word arrow under here. I have no idea what the logic behind that one is yet. That would take a little more analysis to figure that out for me. Um, no clue why. Another play that the engine likes is BRAS bras here.
Yeah,
Again,
so it
that
looks like
scores nicely, but sorry, go ahead.
no, that's right. So ARO wins apparently one time out of eight, and Bras apparently ties one time out of eight, and the tie situation is interesting. So as we look with the players 2 games apart, a tie is really kind of a loss for Ben because he would still need a result in one of the last 2 games.
Mm.
So yeah, just a bad break for Ben here. I made the comment earlier that we didn't know who was going to win with one in the bag, but it turns out that we did, because Ben only had one Hail Mary play, and like you, I'm not seeing what the tile you draw after ARO is that will give you a win, but we'll have to look at that one later.
Yeah, I don't know how much I trust it. I
Yeah,
think I would trust our even newer engine Macondo even more so than Quackle. I just am not. Oh, look at this, clever.
yeah.
So this is clever because ergotics is not a valid word. And I think in order for Ben to win this game, he has to pray that it is. But now Josh has to worry that, oh man, can I still win this game if I don't challenge? What happens if Josh challenges this word and it is valid and gives Ben an extra 5 points? Could that lose me the game? Whereas if I just let it stay, can I just win normally here? So I think he eventually will look at that face. You see, he is not liking the validity of this word. Nicely done by Ben to put Josh in a real tough bind, Jason. Not a good feeling for him right now with this clock expiring.
Yeah, this is really clever. I was gonna say I once had a once had a Collins game where an opponent played a deliberate phony outplay to lose by 4. In that game, I had about 13 minutes on my clock, so I held the play. My time was running, but I recounted the game and confirmed that a
Mm.
recount would not change anything and that I would win by 4. Josh doesn't have that luxury. Josh only had 36 seconds. So we're going to see. This is like I picture Art, especially in the middle of the screen there. He's like the defensive back, the cornerback that's going to swap this Hail Mary pass down and win the game right here for Josh. But yeah, a great try by Ben. Had to do it. And good on him for having the presence of mind to see the possibility.
Yep, nicely done. Good thinking by both players there, frankly. There was no other way for Ben to win, and you can see he is a little bit, the body language there, a
Yeah.
little stunned at that loss. Ben has played so well, and even in this game, I don't really quibble with any of his moves that much. He was in such a brutal situation down the stretch of the game, and just Josh made some fantastic plays to edge him out. You can go back and forth on jam versus jack or other options, or awoken versus other options, but those moves were extremely difficult, and he played fantastically to get to those points. And I'm not even sure either of them are an actual mistake. He just has to do his best to shake this off and stay the course. He's got 2 more rounds to try to secure a win against the increasingly fearsome Josh Castellano.
Yeah, and I was just trying to think of over these last 2 games. I think the only quote unquote mistake that we saw Ben make was playing trendily and sacrificing those 15 points instead of inertly. A word that neither player seemed to know, as Josh could have also taken that hook on the next turn. But yeah, like I said, all you can do is make your best play, and over the long term, it will usually work out. And Ben's been doing that, and unfortunately, like I said, 4 blanks to Josh and 0 to Ben so far, and it just hasn't been working out for him. And yeah, we see the body language, so hopefully Ben can can kind of take a break here. Kind of reset, kind of get his mind right, and be ready to go for round 27.
Yeah, it's so much easier said than done in situations like this. I think for the best thing that could possibly happen to Ben is just maybe a nice, easy turn or two in the next game. Maybe if he can get a bingo. I worry a little bit if he draws something horrible to open the
Yeah.
next game. It's just very difficult mentally to weather the storm in situations like this. I'm fascinated to see. We are getting, Jason, exactly what we hoped for. A couple wins for Josh to make things incredibly spicy heading into our last 2 rounds of the day.
Yeah, so as commentators, what are we rooting for here? I feel like for Ben's sake, I'm kind of, I wouldn't, wish a 4-game losing streak when you're on the cusp of clinching a tournament on anybody, even people I don't like, and I do like Ben. So, part of me would love to comment on a winner take all final game, but the other half of me, wants to see Ben do this. He's been playing really well today. I think he deserves this, and I would like to see it happen. So as commentators, kind of where are we on that?
Well, I think we've gotten as much as we could ask for in 2 straight wins by Josh to keep things interesting heading into the last couple. So I'm going to take my hands off the scale. Not that it has any effect. You did say that I had mystical powers earlier today, and I'm going to withdraw my mystical powers and no longer internally root for Josh. I love both of these 2 guys, so it should be, continue to be fantastic Scrabble. Yeah, that is just brutal to imagine Ben losing 4 in a row to finish this thing off, especially if he really hasn't made any serious missteps, which I don't feel that he has. I guess the whole Scurfy
Yeah,
situation with
I
that went
really,
both ways.
yeah, I really think, again, just from memory, those 2 games, that was the only play that I think we could quibble with.
Yeah, for sure. So I think we're all aware that in round 27, our penultimate round, it's going to be a rematch between these 2 titans who have been giving us quite a show to start the morning. But just a quick thank you to all of you out there watching. We got a couple hundred of you, 38 likes on the YouTube live stream right now. Let's see if we can pump that up a little bit and goose that algorithm in the right direction, which is in favor of Scrabble streaming and all the good work that Let's Play Scrabble is doing to bring you this awesome content. So yeah, with that, I think let's take a quick break. We have to wait for the rest of our rounds to conclude before we can start the next one, but we're going to be back in just a few with more Ben Schoenbrunn and Josh Castellano from Albany, New York in just a bit. Okay, break time is over. Round 27 awaits another clash between Ben and Josh. Again, with all the marbles on the line, Jason and I have been here with the action for our first two games of the morning between those two titans of Scrabble. And Jason, both games have been fantastic.
Absolutely. Very, very high level play. Josh has done it for the stream. He has won both. So the outcome of this tournament still in doubt.
So yeah, it shouldn't take us too long to get into the next game. But over the break, there was a huge announcement. We know that you all just heard the tremendous bop that is the Let's Play Scrabble break music. But actually, inside that room, one of our sponsors, of course, one being NASPA Games, but the other and the individual Scrabble citizen, Bob Lynn, who is responsible for so many additional extra prizes, especially for the lower division Collins players at this tournament, announced that the partnership between Bob and Let's Play Scrabble is continuing into the 4th of July tournament. So, again, two Albany tournaments each year, one in the winter, one in the summer. The summer tournament, Bob just pledged a minimum of $50,000 to augment the prize pools in the Collins division, making it the largest Collins tournament in North American history by prize pool. Incredible announcement. Jason, I'm still a little bit in shock at such a generous prize from Bob.
I think we both are. We haven't seen numbers like that after the dollar sign when it comes to Scrabble in quite some time. So a very big announcement. Feels pretty awesome to be part of breaking news here on my first time on stream. But yeah, many. We've thanked Bob Lynn, as much as we can over these last few days, but I'm already looking forward to July 4th Albany already.
Yeah, again, the pool is, the idea behind those funds is to provide not only an extremely generous prize pool in the elite division, but also to offer more incentives to lower rated players to give Collins a try, something that's very important to Bob. No word yet on what's happening with streaming results there. I know there's been discussion about that. But, Bob, we interviewed him briefly at the end of day one, and something that was important to him was to, Collins is often a dictionary that is used by players with aspirations to play overseas. But those of us in North America who are like the Collins dictionary, but maybe don't aspire to play overseas, you get into these events and there are a lot of sharks like Ben Schoenbrunn and Josh Castellano that you're facing. And Bob was very passionate about building out the ranks in that lexicon and making it a little bit easier. Maybe we can cut to standings in Division B and just see some of the recipients of that. I know we also want to show this is Division A. We'll talk about this for a moment. You can see Josh is still a game back from Ben with 2 to go. But again, even if Josh were to win this upcoming game against Ben and equalize their win count at 20, it would still create a winner take all situation in round 28, Jason. So it effectively still requires Josh to win his next two.
Yeah, I'm sure that Josh would have preferred to have second clinch by this point, but he does not with Matthew O'Connor just a game behind in third. A quick update on the Division B standings, and again, no rooting from the commentators box, but Cheryl Melvin is a Michigan player who has been a friend of mine for most of my 2 decades that I've been playing Scrabble, and I have all appropriate appendages crossed that she can pull this out over the last 2 rounds. She has a half game lead as well as a pretty good spread. Elise Bickford half game back, Paula and Jane a game back, and we may be showing the Division B final if Ben wins this game and clinches A. Still to be determined.
Yeah, it's just great to see. You see the rating column on the far right that 3 of our top 5 seeds in Division B are first timers to the Collins Lexicon, and look at how well they are doing. Elise Bickford, fantastic. Jane Geary and Mike Downey. Huge kudos to those 3 for such a strong result in their first ever Collins event. So, with that established, we can cut on over to our preview for it's going to be a familiar face between yes, again, Ben and Josh, and you can see the very tippy top of their results there, around 26 and 25. 2 wins for Josh on his improbable but increasingly possible comeback trail. Jason.
The start in this game is going to be really huge, and especially with Ben going first, like we mentioned after the last game. The difference between Ben drawing a bingo and Ben drawing 6 fouls is a lot bigger than I think it would be in a normal game. He looks in pretty good spirits right now, joking around with Josh, but I'm sure he'd probably give his left arm to draw a bingo on his opening rack here.
Well, let's hope he doesn't have to, and that he can get that bingo and keep both of his limbs intact there. And we can let the players begin this pivotal game here. Could this be the game that finally Ben staves Josh off to clinch this extremely impressive victory? Or is Josh going to continue to make things incredibly interesting and put Ben to the ultimate test in a final round showdown between the two? I am extremely excited to see how this one unfolds, and hopefully all of you out there are as well. So, not this doesn't look like that bingo
No,
is
this is
coming,
not a good
Jason.
start, but got the Z there, S and the Z, and yeah, that rack improved rather dramatically, rather quickly.
Yeah, it certainly seemed like BAIU was going south in a hurry, but instead the Z and S have completely saved him here, as now, instead of a clunky vowel heavy rack to open, he can score 58 points if he wants it with Azuki's, which I think just is so many more points that it's got to be the right play.
Yeah, speaking of our Collins hero Bob Lynn, in my last Collins tournament, he played Adzuki's natural on me, and of course the play I made the turn before gave him the spot for it, and I'm still not 100% over that. So seeing Azuki's on Ben's rack here is giving me a little bit of a negative flashback, and Bob
Yes.
went on to win the tournament in part because of that play. So.
Sounds like a little Scrabble PTSD, which I feel like we all have those words that do that to us. Certain words that came at the exact wrong time to lose us important games. And there you go. Ben spots it. Did not take him all that long, a little bit more than a minute potentially to think of this and decide to play it. Ben has played with very good pace. I don't think we've seen it affect Josh very much to this point, but Ben has been a little bit the faster player. And you never know when eventually a really tough pre-end game or end game is going to come up, and time management will be a key factor.
Yeah, and again, really great mentally for Ben. That opening rack looked like it was going to be a disaster. Instead, he's able to take a quick 58 point lead. Josh will certainly cut into that coming up, having drawn the X here, but that's really going to help mentally. And now he's drawn the Q and the U together. So also again a rack that was looking really bad until that last tile the Q showed up.
Yeah, and it's fun for us as a spectator to see those racks go from horrible to salvageable again with that last tile that comes onto the rack. But it's even more, more of an emotional swing when you're actually sitting in that chair and you see that just the right tile come to make your rack more palatable. But yeah, Josh, with that X, it certainly feels like now you've got 2 spots for it. The one here under the A of Azuki's, Vox allows him to shed the V, which is definitely a big benefit, whereas XU here keeps that V on the rack and scores a couple fewer points. But I really feel like opening up the triple is usually something you would want to avoid. And I don't know if the covet leave is that bad that I would worry that much about making this play. But Josh may elect for the more aggressive positioning, if only because getting that V off as well is a huge boon to him going forward.
Yeah, and it looks like he has it set up, and he will go with it. Again, I kind of preferred XU there, but perhaps that's influenced by knowing that that Ben has the QU to go on top of the IS and Izukis.
Yeah, we will see that very quickly, I assume. I'm not sure if there would be any reason to not use the Q spot here. I guess it's worth the new BAW, newly added to the lexicon, would play here and make it much more difficult to productively use the V. It scores 29 and keeps QUIR, which certainly, if Josh doesn't play here, now you're going to be getting that Q play next turn while dramatically limiting his options in the short term future, not just by taking the V away, but also this is a great scoring spot with a lot of different consonants hooking AXE. And Baugh would do a great job at playing some defense here. That being said, I fully expect to see Ben choosing between either QUAI right here, or does he tack the R onto it? Jason, that's a really tiny little nuance between those two plays, but actually very different plays.
Yeah, and I was actually wondering, going the other direction, do you just play qua and keep the I, both as your only vowel and as a hook tile? So it looks like that's actually the third best of those three options. But yeah, this is just kind of watching the sim here, and it's been amazing to watch those four plays that we've mentioned all jump around as the top one. So I think you can certainly make an argument for any of the four. My only concern after Baugh is, what is the board going to look like? Because after Josh plays, he would probably take that good Q spot. So like, what are you going to do even with the QU? So Ben has decided to play long with Quare.
Yeah, I think I like this choice best, even though the R, if he were to have kept it, it does feel like it improves BW quite a bit. The R as a bridge letter between these two clunky consonants. That being said, if you leave the R off, you allow Josh not only to hook it if he has an R of his own, but also if he has an L, he can get easy plays there. And perhaps most importantly, after just playing QUAI, you've got a free shot at 6-letter words with any letter in the second position, as long as you can play underneath an I. By placing this R here, you force that second letter to be an E, and it's literally impossible to go across and hit this triple without an E in hand. So I think you will greatly prefer it in a lot of situations where Josh has a 6-letter word here that doesn't have an E in second position. It's not going to play after Quare. It would have after Quay there. So I think that was part of the thinking, and a very tricky, nuanced turn that I think Ben played correctly.
Absolutely, and that is awesome analysis that again shows why you're one of the best players in the world, and you have certainly sold me on playing Quare in that spot.
Well, that's I just I made this recent video here that I don't feel like I am at that level right now. It takes a lot of work to remain at the level of Ben and Josh and other players like that. I frankly think both of these players, certainly Josh, and his results are so stellar. If you look on, we plugged it earlier, crosstables.com, Seth Lipkin's amazing resource and website for tournament players, you'll see that Josh has literally won every tournament he's played in the last year plus. Any big tournament that he's played, essentially, he's just winning at an insane rate. Ben, of course, also huge wins to his name, whereas I'm sitting there with a kind of a goose egg over the last 5 years. So I got some work to do. Meanwhile, that play, that spot that I mentioned that Baugh might have blocked, Again, this isn't that big of a deal. It's only 37 points. I'm not advocating that ball was the best play, but this was a nice scoring spot that Josh has now used with his Y to score 37 points with yet undoubling his T's. I definitely like that for him, Jason.
Yes, very nice indeed. Blunts that W, and then Ben seeing the same play that I saw. Not sure if it's correct or not, but Wob on top of Quare there, and perhaps part of the thought process behind playing Quare last turn, keeping that W and that B, knowing that if he drew an E or an A, that he would have that next turn if nothing else.
Yeah, Lee should also call out. He's got that blank now, and there we see one, two. Can we see three consonants that would make it? Yes, we do. So three consonants to balance his three vowel and a blank leave. That is definitely exactly what Ben wants to see, including the L, which was actually a sneaky important pick for him to maybe give him some great underlaps under here. In Collins, you can add an E to oi. So maybe there are some words like this that will allow Ben to score a boatload of points. That is a huge relief to him as long as Josh doesn't bingo right now, which he does not have one available. It's going to be Ben who wins that race to the first bingo, and he's already up in the game, Jason.
Yes, so yeah, Ben's certainly loving life a lot more than he was probably about 20 minutes ago. Right now, three very high scoring plays, and a bingo sure to go down next turn. So, meanwhile, Josh is struggling a little bit with having to get rid of that the VXY. He's kept that U, I believe, on both of his turns so far. So. And now it's kind of getting in the way of his bingoing here.
This is an annoying turn for sure with that U that you mentioned, Jason. That is the fly and the ointment a little bit. I'm sure there were, maybe you could tweak a consonant here or there, and you might actually still see Josh bingoing with the U, but I would be very, very surprised to see Josh make any play that keeps the U again. He's going to be spending it here. There are a bunch of spots that seem interesting to use. He could opt to play Eruv right here. This would be reasonable. I was about to get to Eruct, which scores a little bit better. This one scoring 21, this scoring 26, and leaving two vowels, but not really giving a good scoring spot back to Ben the way this would be a very damaging scoring spot often. And immediately after Eruct, Jason, a very stylish play about to come down.
I was going to say I'm trying to figure out what this is. Oh, the AI hook to make Yeti, and that blank is an R, as I suspected. So yeah, I was about to ask, what to do with this embarrassment of riches here. Have Josh having just opened up the board. I actually thought Ben might take a while, but he had already deduced that 93 was as good as it was going to get, and a very nice play.
Yeah, that's fantastic to see the word through the U and be able to slot it in by hooking this I onto Yet with Yeti. That is really, really nicely played and spotted by Ben, and we got to give him a huge number of points on the scoreboard. Up from 138, he goes to 231 after that play. And meanwhile, a rack that, man, if Josh would have drawn one more consonant, he was probably changed that I to another low point consonant. He's almost certainly bingoing right now. Instead, he's got a really, really tough turn where almost no option that he has, Jason, is going to score a good number of points.
Yeah, and that's certainly a problem when you're down 130 here.
Yeah, that is such a big difference. That one extra I, if you would just turn that into a T or an N or something like that, I'm pretty sure maybe not another T, but certainly an N or an S and all those nice letters.
Even another T makes Tentoria through that M in Lemurian. So
Very true. Yes. So, yeah, tough one. And could this be it? Could Ben finally be about to hold off this ferocious challenge from Josh Castellano? You better believe Josh is going to leave every ounce of the energy on the board here to try and come back and figure out a way forward. And in his favor, at least, even though he's down, he has good bingo tiles, and the right play here could allow him to get a bingo down in short order. And he really needs not just one, but probably two or more down the stretch of this game to equalize this quite large early deficit.
Yeah, to steal a line from a sports writer that I saw on X yesterday about the Boise State Penn State quarterfinal. We're not done yet, but we can kind of start seeing done from here. A lot of game to go. I do expect Josh to bingo either next turn or the turn after. We can see that Ben has drawn okay, but not great. Again, we know that Josh has won his last 5 tournaments, which is insane, especially given the quality of the fields that he's played in each of them, starting with the Scrabble Players Championship. So, like you said, we know that he's going to give every bit of fight that he has, and will do whatever it takes to try to pull out this game. But obviously, you would much rather be Ben right now.
Yeah, and I do feel a sort of relief for Ben here with that extremely tough loss in the last game, where you could see he was visibly frustrated with the way the end game wrapped up there, and somehow dropping a game that he surely felt like he was in solid control. But here he has to feel fantastic, up 130 before that play, and now seeing Josh score only 9 points, giving him a further opportunity not only to pad his lead further, but also realizing that Josh could even brick his bingo draw here, and that would really almost clinch things for him on the spot if he can get a couple more average scores. His question, his task is going to be, how do I block as much of the board as possible here? As we see that, I don't know if it's going to be possible. Ben is going to be looking at playing here, which is going to leave Arterial available for Josh. So I don't think. Oh man, I'm wrong about that, but Rattlier, I think, is still available for Josh, potentially through that T of Erupt. Maybe other stuff is too. Oh, Retailer still fits. So a good defensive play by Ben to block as much space as possible, but Josh's rack, Jason, is just a little bit too good.
Yeah, ironically, probably his biggest mistake of the day so far. The Collins only 5 of Ganch played on top of OI right there, and seems to be the best play. Not sure if he didn't know it or didn't see it. So yeah, like I said, ironically, maybe his biggest mistake of these 2+ games so far, but yet it'll actually work out pretty good for him, because it, as you mentioned, blocks Arterial, and it looks like Josh's best option is Rattlier through that T and Eruct, as I am not seeing anything better.
Yeah, I think I had the same instinct, but actually, he does just have a spot to fit Retailer
Okay.
into that O. So those are the two options, and there we go. He's going to see it. I do want to call out, though, that before this play of Retailer, or maybe still after, in fact, the H that Ben kept, I also agree. I thought
Oh,
Gonch was
yeah.
going to play, but this could be a nice, sneaky way to follow up with very damaging plays with that H if you get the right draw. Unfortunately for Ben, he does not have a vowel that plays in this square right here. That's going to let him really hammer the spot. But Ben did draw some good letters to his HN. He drew the S, a couple of vowels. The F and the P are going to stand out. And I did see a game yesterday, Jason, where you were commentating, where there was some doubt about the newly added inflections of our formerly valid adjective of fap, and I don't think Ben's going to make that mistake again.
Yeah, something tells me that he probably looked that one up after the game to be sure of it coming in here. So
Yeah, for sure. Not that I'm not suggesting there actually is a good place for Ben to play FAP right now. In fact, the logical location for him to play would probably just be something like FAH right here, a relatively simple play, a 3-letter overlap right here, scoring quite well, leaving good tiles. And again, unclog, another nice thing. He didn't have an S when he played it, but now that he does, it represents a nice, easy place to play 7-letter words ending in S if he were to draw one. To say nothing of this nice T, which I think meshes pretty well with ENPS as a leave. So I think he shouldn't overthink this too much. And I'm liking Fa for him here. But meanwhile, Josh's draw is kind of an imbalanced one, to say the least.
Yeah, Fa was the first thing I saw, and always nice when Quackle approves of the first thing you see, and I think all three of us, you, me, and Ben, are in agreement that that's the play here.
Love to be in a group with you and Ben Schonbrunn here. I wasn't thinking about us as being in a group together. Hopefully, we can also group up with the mind meld of Josh as well, because these guys are playing really well. It would be great to be in sync with them in terms of what plays we're generating. And ooh, okay, so 3 consonants for Ben as a draw. He would love to see a couple different open vowels, but none really exist here. And I don't think he's likely to get any after Josh's next play, whatever it is.
Yeah, looks like his best play is the Ghee. I know of Gobi as a desert, but apparently that is a Collins only 4 as well. Will help him if he does that. Play through that E in Ghee to unburden himself of some of those excess consonants. But yeah, certainly not going to get the I for sprinted or anything else that he might need.
It's actually crazy how many vowels that weird consonant looking rack could use. In fact, it's not only the I for sprinted, but also
Or tens, yeah.
pretends, portends, and uptrends. All the vowels except an A, and none of them are open anywhere for him to play. So he's probably not that concerned. He is up by over 100 still, and every turn that Josh manages to simply not draw a bingo is a big win for Ben, because the real scary scenario from Ben's POV here is multiple bingos from Josh. So if we can keep moving towards the end of that game and delay those bingos from Josh, or certainly try to prevent them entirely, the odds of Josh bingoing twice down the stretch of this game will decrease. I'm not saying anything reinventing the wheel here, but every turn that Josh doesn't bingo, the odds of that decrease quite a bit. And we do like this play from Josh of Ghee, but yeah, time is running out. He's got to draw something good in a hurry.
Yes. Yeah, because looking at the board right now, basically the bingo lines again was wide open a few minutes ago. Now you really just have the S hook to unclog, and that T interrupt. And even if you play through as opposed to the T interrupt, if you have a bingo with the T in the middle, that's only going to score, 60 or thereabouts. So, good news for Josh is that he has drawn epigons and pigeons. If that hook to unclog stays open, still been in a good spot here.
Yeah, even with a play hooking unclogs, Ben, all he has to do is not draw horrendously, and he should get some counterplay along the bottom row. So Pongiest is also available here. So I
Oh,
think so. So here's the thing about that, though. Ben has 2 places to play the word penned for 28 points. One of them is here. This is a perfectly reasonable play, trying to drive towards a bingo with unclogs. The other spot is here. And even though this play gives up a sneaky hook of pendu here, there is only one U, and it's really not that scary to think of the plays that Josh might have with a U if he were to have it. And the beautiful thing about Pend right here is that it does block one of the key threats on the board. So I am favoring that right now, even in a vacuum. I hope I'm not being too results oriented in this particular situation where Josh has a big bingo ready to go down into that T. I'm just thinking if I'm Ben, I've got my choice of two 28-point plays, one of which blocks one of the two main threats remaining on the board. That's what I'm going to go with here. But maybe he'll go with a different direction, Jason. I'm not sure if you see anything else that makes sense.
Well, so the play I saw, but again, it's a play, coming from someone with a lower word knowledge, is just penned through that E in gi. Drawing into to rest is almost certainly going to come through for you pretty quickly. He is going to play penned up there, though.
Yeah, it is very interesting to think about the benefits of your suggestion, though, because keeping the E, yes, there are a bunch more you can draw, but there's no guarantee you'll draw them. And keeping the E does dramatically improve your chances of getting a 7-letter bingo. So even though you're sacrificing a solid number of points, 14 to be exact, if you just play penned through this second D of gi instead of Ben's actual play, your odds of bingoing on your next turn are fantastic.
Uh,
So, okay.
your odds
Well,
of bingoing are fantastic when you draw EE blank S into RST.
I would agree with that. And that is potentially a tournament ceiling draw. I don't see how Josh can, with any of his three plays available. You mentioned pigeons and epigons that play here. The third one being pingos, which is effectively not any different than the other two. All three of those are going to yield a ton of counterplay underneath. So Josh is going to bingo for 74, and then Ben is going to bingo for much closer to 90 in all likelihood underneath Josh's bingo. So we could be looking at a clinching play here, Jason, one that is several games in the making.
Yeah, Ben's probably been waiting for that tournament clinching play for a while there. So, um, yeah, it was looking actually like it was going to be very interesting with with Josh about to bingo on this turn. Again, kind of getting back within hailing distance, about 30 behind. If Ben had kind of missed that draw into RST there, we could have again, getting back to just the mental aspect and being so close and having your opponent kind of work his way into the game. But yeah, when you draw blank S into a very potent leave, we're just about done here. But you never know. Josh is an amazing player. So we'll see. If there's a rabbit that he can pull out of his hat here.
It is, I mean, from his perspective, he just has to decide on one of the three bingos that fit here. He is opting for pingos because it slots the G in the good spot. Epigons also slots the G in a good spot, but placing EP right here is a recipe to get whacked even harder. The P right on top of the triple would add a lot of points extra to any overlaps that Ben has. So I think this is the sensible play for Josh. And look at his expression here. He just made an expression like, well, I got to do it. And I
Yeah.
know this might not end well for me, but what else? What other option do I have? He's absolutely correct about that. Ben is definitely poised to hit this spot very hard. What would be the comeback trail for Josh after that? I'm just really struggling to see. This is going to be such a board closing play. Maybe Josh draws the last U and hits a massive play somehow in this spot that opens a triple lane. I don't even know exactly what that would be. So things looking fantastic for Ben here. He just has to pick his favorite 7-letter bingo to underlap.
Yeah, Josh kind of did something that one of my opponents a few years ago, one of my frequent opponents pointed out. He calls it the Idalski pre-bingo sigh. When all of your bingos, I didn't realize I do it, but after he pointed it out, I noticed that in a situation like that where all of your bingos just give up huge counterplays and don't score as many as you would like. Sometimes I will kind of give that sigh, before the bingo hits the board. So that was kind of Josh's equivalent right there. And yeah, Ben is going to bingo back. It's going to be a 100-point game. I maybe if Josh hits through that T, um, you know, four before, three after, it would only score 60, but it would make things interesting. Um, it's hard to see a way that he bingos twice with the board the way it is currently constructed, especially the way that the tile pool is currently constructed as well. And Ben has decided to play stereos.
Yep. Strictly speaking, he had words he could have played that did not place the blank right here, but maybe none of them. I don't know. I'm sure there were a couple that were worth considering, but either way, a 1 point mistake here is nothing to even think about. Nicely spotted by Ben to find a bingo that plays under there, and you can see the score going back up by over 100 on a board that is not quite devoid of bingo chances here. The C is still open, but that is not a very good line to hit. And a couple jokesters in the chat. I guess it's not that crazy. I mean, it is a little crazy, but they pointed out Toller Jev is still available in the pool. Jason, what are the odds of
Oh, it
that
is still in the
bingo?
pool. Okay, I knew that the Z was gone for Mazel Tov, but yeah, and he's got four
Got a
sevens.
few of them.
He's
Yeah, he's
he's got
got
a
a
few of
few.
them. And yeah, the we now know that the L and the R needed are on
Mm,
Ben's rack, but
sad.
there are worse ideas than fishing for Toller Jevier if you have a good way to open up the board elsewhere and give yourself other options.
Yeah, there are scarce, scarce few 7 or 8 letter words ending in V. So to hang your hopes on hitting one of those is definitely a pipe dream. But Josh is going to do his best to find a way to either open more space. I mean, I would maybe consider something like WAI just to be aggressive here. That creates a bunch of hooks that now Ben has to deal with. Maybe, just maybe, you can catch him off guard without a great ability to block those. Of course, we know he actually has the ability to either block it with his T or play parallel. But that seems like a reasonable option here, even knowing full well how unlikely a play like that is to work out. If you want to be patient and just take a good scoring play and look for a better opportunity to open in the future, you could play the nice overlap of Awito right here. That keeps IU. So again, your hopes are not good. And it also blocks the C that you probably want to keep alive. So this is a classic situation where nothing is going to make you feel too good to play, Jason.
Yeah, it's never good when the win percentage that number before the decimal point is zero for everything. We're talking a 1 in 200 chance here, so that never feels good.
Yeah, and he is down to that level. And frankly, much as it appears otherwise from his year of results so far, Josh winning everything in sight. But sometimes you just run into that buzz saw of another fantastic player in Ben who is playing just as well. And maybe it hinges on just one key break at the key time. And that's kind of how things are going between these two amazing players. It's actually quite inspiring to see them both playing so well. I would definitely say these two are at their peak of abilities. Very, very few errors made by either of them in the games we've seen.
Yeah, I do remember an expert Scrabble player, I think semi-joking, a year or so ago that if we ever get Scrabble really big, it's actually gonna kind of suck when everybody plays near perfectly and the outcome of every game just is determined by who draws better. And I kind of feel like I've seen that a little bit. here. Both players, played very, very well. Again, maybe some small mistakes here or there, but I think in all three of these games, as well as the game we saw them play yesterday morning, four games where both of them, played extremely well, and it just kind of came down to who drew better.
Yeah, I do feel like that's I I like that Scrabble has that luck factor that keeps things interesting. That even a perfect player that makes no mistakes. I don't know if Nigel is exactly a perfect player that makes no mistakes, but he's as close to
As
it as
close
we have.
as we're ever going to see, yeah.
Yep, and even he does not win every tournament, certainly not every game. So I like that. And really, as a player, you're just wanting to get to that point where you're good enough that when the bag eventually smiles on you over the duration of a whole tournament, that you've got the skills to convert as many wins as you can. Beyond that, I feel like there's still going to be, even when players just get better and better and better, that basic truism will still hold. And there we go. Josh plays ow on the bottom row to obstruct as little as possible. Not sure if he has a particular plan holding on to the U. Maybe he wants to try to draw a bingo that plays down with that. Maybe he sees something there, or hopes to draw one and be pleasantly surprised. But Ben is going to take no chances here. It looks like he is going to mostly cripple that spot right now with the play of foot. Seems reasonable to me, Jason.
Yeah, seems very reasonable. Interesting decision to go with foot instead of fool there. Not sure. Maybe keeping the L for plays underneath axe, but also maybe kind of realizing that this is in the bag, and maybe kind of mentally kind of taking his foot off the gas a little bit, and just kind of being in see play make play mode.
Taking his foot off the gas by putting his foot on the
Oh,
board.
how did I not realize that I set you up like that? That I wish I could say
Oh,
that was deliberate, but it
We're
was
we're
not.
just it's only two games left, and we're just now rounding into form, Jason. It is a bit of a tragedy. We'll have to do this again sometime. But yes, I think the hair splitting between fool or foot, very, very close. I wonder if the T is just a little bit tougher. I feel like more letters play lucratively off of the L with Pendu, right? Like a B
Oh,
would
okay, I
play
see it now.
here
Yep.
as opposed to the T. That might be part of the thinking. In general, for sure, I would rather play the L there for various synergy, but that could be a thought. So either way, things continue to look very good for Ben in this game, and Josh with bingos on his rack of tedium, a weird spelling, Collins only with an extra
Hmm.
A in it, but the board is well locked down enough. None of them play, and he plays Moo in the upper corner. Pretty much giving up the ghost in terms of trying to open the board in a productive way. I think he realizes that things have gotten quite grim in this game.
Yeah, and very nice pointing out the counter plays that fool would have allowed. Even if it doesn't. I don't know if you could have fit a nine there as well. STI or maybe SLI. Um, Although the S's are gone. Um, so yeah, just kind of playing out the string over here.
So yeah, Ben with the V, that this he's about to play Venin. This is the play that the engine suggests above the others right now to just get that V off the rack, score some points, don't open anything back. He's not wasting anyone's time here by going into the tank on this move. That seems like a perfectly reasonable play. If Ben wanted, he could try to block this C, which is the only realistic bingo line really left on the board. I guess this T could just squeak one in if you fit it in the exact right spot. I guess it's the same as the C. Maybe not quite as restrictive, but still very, very difficult to play to either one of those. But I think Ben is realizing that he is in very good shape here, regardless, as long as he just continues to score a reasonable amount. If Josh were to bingo right now, there would be no time for a second follow-up bingo, and these bingos just don't score enough to be concerning at all. So you can just leave them. 3 tiles in the bag. Josh with the J, he can play off his J. I don't know where he can do it that actually opens anything up for him. The place that scores the most points is here, which blocks the C. I expect him to pick some positioning or the other without too much thought. Also, his clock is quite low, too. So he has left it all out there, as we said, Jason. But valiant comeback attempt by him is going to fall just short.
Yeah, so Ben, I think you're just kind of looking at the J, just making sure that that you don't get stuck with that, or that you're not giving him a bingo that maybe triples the J. Again, if Tolerjev was was possible, he's so far ahead he could probably even outrun that, but not if he gets stuck with the B and the D. And the Y and all that. So just not too much to worry about. But again, I think it's just a matter of making sure that that you don't get bingoed out on or stuck with a bunch of high point stuff.
It has been pointed out in the chat that Ben has not yet played those letters that Josh would have needed to draw to play Tolerjev between O,
Well,
L, and R. He could have played
he could
off
be.
ADI somewhere and tried to draw OLR, all of which are on Ben's rack and none of which are in the bag, of course. But theoretically, that was possible. And maybe that would have been not a good chance by any means, but it would have been a fun one. There is a really cool play. Let's see how closely Ben is paying attention here. There is a
Oh, wow.
play available here that I don't think I would see under absolute full focus conditions. But any of you in the chat, if you can see Ben's highest scoring play here, feel free to shout it out. He's not about to make it, as a hint. There we go. It has been spoiled.
A little joke between them there as Ben plays bald. Whenever I play something. Yeah, whenever I play something pejorative and playing a friend, sometimes they will retort to me that you are what you play. So in this case, you are what you play, and Ben has played bald for 28.
Yeah, failing broad axe, which is the play that I suggested to axe on the board, an absolutely crazy find if he were to make it that play. Bald is a perfectly strong play, probably second best there. Josh playing Dia and the top of the board. I'm not sure if there's some better sequence to think about here. But yeah, this game is headed towards its conclusion quite quickly. So let me try to stay up to date with the score. Oh, I see. Maybe Dia was not the top option because of this really nice overlap that Ben has spotted immediately, Jason.
Yes, Ben playing his best endgame on the way out the door here, seeing his best play of Dawn, and Josh going out with Tice, and that will do it. Congratulations to Ben Schonbrun, 2024-2025 Albany Collins Division champion.
Tremendous job by Ben Schonbrun to wrap this thing up against a ferocious challenge from Josh Castellano. Again, I gotta emphasize, Josh started 1-3 in this event and went on a massive tear from that point on. You can see Ben with the relief on his face. Another extremely impressive win to add to his resume, which is ever growing at this point. And it seems like Josh, it's crazy if he's not winning, he's coming in second. And the run that he's on has been pretty magnificent to watch. So huge congrats to both of these two. Anybody that enters tournaments with them both is going to have quite the uphill battle against them. So I've been very inspired watching them play, Jason.
Yes, it has been amazing to watch. We're gonna talk about the announcement again for those that missed it, and it's like, oh, like, with a prize field like that, maybe I should, study Collins for the next few months. But then you see just the high level of play from the Ben and Joshes of the world, and I realize that even if I were to devote 6 months to study, I could still come nowhere near where these players are.
Yeah, it's impressive for sure. So I think what we're going to try to do here is to get our winner, Ben, on the headset and talk to him a little bit. But I just want to reiterate something for any of you just joining to watch this. We had a huge announcement in between rounds 26 and 27, which was that our generous sponsor of this event, Bob Lynn, has announced that he will be even increasing his level of support to an enormous level for the summer Albany tournament coming in the month of July, 4th of July. A prize pool augmented by a $50,000 minimum contribution from Bob Lynn, which he suggested could be as high as $100,000 to make the Albany 4th of July tournament the highest prize in North American Collins history. Incredible contribution. Hard to fathom the generosity from Bob in that regard. Jason, I'm still shocked in a good way at Bob's incredible announcement.
Shocked is an appropriate word, and like you said, in a good way. Like I mentioned before this game, we haven't seen numbers like that after the dollar sign when it comes to tournament Scrabble for quite a while. So, already looking forward to the next Albany tournament, which will be over July 4th weekend.
Yeah, I already try to attend as many Albany tournaments as I can. It'll be hard to resist going to that one. I'll have to find some new commentators, and that's going to give me a great reason to keep working hard on my game for the next few months. And seeing Ben and Josh do battle at the top table really underscores that. I got a lot of work to do for sure. So, yeah, just a huge announcement, really seismic. Congratulations to Let's Play Scrabble and Bob both for that amazing partnership. And you just love to see that level of investment coming into Scrabble. Hopefully, we can all realize what a good thing that is, regardless of where you're at with what dictionary you like and all that sort of thing. This is a good thing for Scrabble. So we should be celebrating for sure. In any case, that's a huge announcement. Thank you to Bob, who already has shown a desire that this not just go to the top players. His contributions at this tournament as its primary sponsor, along with NASPA Games, have really mostly benefited the lower division players. Bob told us, Jason, he was very passionate about offering those longtime lower division Collins players a little bit more of an even playing field to experience.
Yeah, and we saw some of that on the stream today. We've seen veteran tournament players like Jane Geary, Barbara Boardwell McGrew, who were enticed to play Collins for the first time with those donations, and it's really good to see those players then get to see more of their bingos play, a lot more opportunity for high scoring plays with the additions to the Lexicon. So it's been really cool to see some of those Division B games on stream as well.
Yeah, it has. We didn't get to one today, but we had at least one in all of our first three days of the tournament, and that was a bit of a refreshing change of pace. Not everybody is a world-class, monstrous player out there, but some of us are, and one of them is Ben Schonbrun, who is standing by, potentially ready to
I'm
chat with
here.
us about this. Oh, he hears us. Producer Josh, you might need to turn on the headset mic. I hear him through your mic, but we can hear you, Ben.
All right.
Will and Jason here in the booth.
Yep.
It was
Yep.
awesome watching you play over the course of the tournament. First order of business, congratulations. You won an Albany tournament. I know that sounds like a simple statement, but as you well know, it is often next to impossible to win these extremely difficult Albany tournaments. So how are you feeling right now, fresh off this win?
So first off, I'll just say I apologize in advance. I may not be the most coherent about like my decisions if you ask me about the games, but obviously I feel great. Um, I had a pretty disastrous Lake George, and I knew something needed to change. So Cesar's a genius. Word Vault is the greatest thing ever. I started using that. I posted on Facebook that Tim and I have started adding 1,000 words a week, and we're just building out a card box that way. Um, in addition to that, I also the day after Christmas, I just felt like that might not be enough. I started with adding like top like the 10,000 to 20,000 eights. I felt like that might not be enough, so I just decided to study 10,000 words in 24 hours.
Wow.
That is quite insane. I could
I wouldn't
say,
recommend it.
yeah, that is probably a risk to mental health. But here you are, all the better, having shown that it can have good effects for your game. I would say, in order for a 10,000 word study regimen to work, you probably need to have seen most of those words before. So don't try this at home. To our audience out there, unless you're already a fantastic player like Ben.
Yeah,
Um,
I did like the top 10,000 eights. Um, the reason I played that phony yesterday, well, not the one today, that was desperation, but the one yesterday, I realized it's a rack with 3 words in it, and I'm not super solid on those. So it makes sense that I played that phony with casinos. Um, I need to work on those, I guess. I haven't really added that many sevens to the card box yet. Just the new words besides like 10 to 20,000 eights. Those are the only non eights in the card box right now. But yeah, maybe I'll feel inspired to study some sevens before New Orleans. Um,
Well, regardless of the study regimen, I just think Jason and I were super impressed. And maybe this is something that is always the case for you, and the study is what's lacking. But we are always impressed by your strategic acumen over the board. It just seems like I'm always thinking to myself, like, man, Ben is really sharp with his decision making. And maybe you could speak to whether you feel like that is a consistent
oh
strength for
man, that's
you.
been
And
this. Sorry to cut you off. That's been the
no, go
theme of
ahead.
like my weekend, like consistency. And I don't think I'm a consistent player at all. I think it's like there are 2 wolves inside me. One will go 6 and 9 at Lake George, and play horribly, play all sorts of phonies, and just like be distracted by like the drop of a dime in the rotation of the Earth. And the other is the person who played here this weekend. I think I played great this weekend. Obviously not perfect; it's never going to be that way, but overall very happy.
Well, we'll
Yeah,
keep. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, keep feeding the this wolf, the wolf that that does this instead
Yes,
of the other.
seriously. I've got New Orleans in a week or just over a week, so flip the coin.
Well, don't flip the coin. Like the saying goes, you got the 2 wolves inside you. Who wins out? The one you feed. So keep feeding the wolf that we saw this weekend, and expecting good stuff from you in New Orleans.
Thank
Just
you.
just one question for me, really quick. If you go back and watch this later, you'll hear me kind of bang on and on about having lost 2 in a row, then 3 in a row coming into this game, and how that wears on you mentally. Was there ever a time at which you kind of started to panic and think, "Oh shoot, I
Oh
might
yeah, of
blow this,"
course. Of course.
or were you just so
I've had so
confident in
many
your work
tournaments in
knowledge?
the past like year and a half where I was in great position. Like the last Albany, I was like 2 games up with 4 to go and I didn't win. Lake George, I started 10-0 and I didn't win 2 years ago.
How do you stop yourself from tilting? And
I
I
don't.
didn't really. Well, specifically when Josh played Fobs in that previous game, that looked to be your game. You had Jarkman, not sure if you know that one, or just the simple joke ready to go down.
I did
Blocked
not
them
know that
both.
word.
Yeah, Josh blocked them both, and then ended up drawing the blank after that, and ended up coming back to win. Does losing a game that way kind of hurt more than the first game of the day, where he just kind of won more handily?
I was mostly just frustrated with myself. I felt like I may have messed something up, but I don't think I did. Like I think I did pretty much everything I could.
No, the only thing in that game was inertly making Scurfy versus Trendly. But
Oh.
then the next turn, Josh could have used that himself and didn't. So it sounds like it was just a word that neither of you were 100% sure of. But yeah,
I just completely whiffed on that. But
okay.
yeah,
But to echo what Will said, an incredible play from you and Josh, over the last couple days.
yeah. I think I played great this tournament, but I'll also just say, like, all of my opponents put up a great fight. Like, if you look at my games, it's not a bunch of like blowouts that didn't crush most people. I have a bunch of like 20, 30 point wins. Everyone put up a good fight. I was struggling. I posted on Facebook that I wanted some not thinky games. I got some of those yesterday. I today
These were
this
all
one was
pretty
a no brainer.
These were this one was, but the other ones were pretty thinky, at least as far as we saw.
Yeah.
So you
That
did an
Austin
amazing job with them.
that first Austin game, the first one on stream, I was so sad when he played text because um, he blocked extirpate, as I mentioned earlier.
Oh, when you played Partite, oh my
Yeah,
God!
yeah,
I'm not sure
that
I
was part
even
one. I
noticed
saw like a
that.
bunch of T's. I saw a bunch of T's, and I was like, I need chat to know that I saw extirpate, and that's part of the reason I made that fish.
I literally did not even notice that until now myself. That's incredible. I wish we could like put the board up and show how amazing that is. But yeah, that anybody that was watching that's when you played Partite, that would have been so amazing. So anyway,
The other meme
yeah.
thing is, you'll appreciate this. When Matthew played Wanderer against me, I said out loud, "Who is Wanderer 15?" And I go to check the chat, and sure enough, WTFJOO says who is Wanderer 15. So I predicted the Twitch chat.
Very nice. That is no surprise from Ben, who is essentially the godfather of Scrabble streaming, to be able to be that tapped into the chat in that manner. So yeah, we were loving your performances. Thank you so much for a quick interview, and again, huge congratulations on what is an incredibly impressive win in a field with a lot of champion level players. So great job, Ben. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled for you, buddy.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thank
Same
you
here.
so much. Can't wait to see you guys at more tournaments soon.
Sounds good.
Same.
So, with that, our champion of this year of the 2025 Albany New Year's tournament, our first tournament in 2025, a very deserving winner, Jason and Ben Schoenbrunn.
Yeah, and what a great personality too. Always love talking to Ben. He's his head's in the right place. He doesn't take this too seriously. You can see has a little fun even when his opponent's playing bingos on him in a high pressure situation. He's making jokes about referencing your YouTube channel handle. So yeah, really happy for Ben, and I feel I probably talked a little bit more about Ben as opposed to Josh this morning. One of those things that I'll work to get better on as a commentator, equal time. But just so thrilled to see this for him.
Yeah, no question. Amazing win for him. Commiserations to Josh Castellano, who really put up a hell of a fight there to even make this interesting. Had an incredibly uphill battle, needing to win essentially all 4 of his games against Ben this morning, and he got halfway there before finally succumbing in round 27. So we do have one more round of play coming your way shortly. Got to figure out what we're going to do with that round. We're going to debate that behind the scenes and let the rest of the games finish up in round 27, and we will be right back with one more round of play from Albany, New York. Welcome back, everybody. And this is it, round 28, our final round of live streaming coverage from the Albany New Year's Tournament 2025, our first tournament in calendar year 2025. We just watched a winner be crowned in Division A in Collins, and that, of course, is Ben Schoenbrunn staving off a furious challenge from Josh Castellano. And after some debate, we're going to be returning to Collins Division B. We talked to a bunch of different players. We had some NWL players refuse the streaming board. So it is your choice within situations that are not absolutely forced to accept being on the live stream or not. So it's back to Collins Division B after some declinings from the NWL players. And that leaves us with a nice matchup, Jason, between Paula Catanese and Cheryl Melvin, who has been at the top of the standings our whole tournament long.
Yeah, so I was just about to say I actually haven't had a chance to check out the Division B standings this morning. Certainly looks like, absent the possibility of Cheryl and Paula tying, which would create an absolute mess given both of their spreads. Looks like a winner-take-all affair.
Yeah, huge kudos to the players in third, fourth, and fifth, all of whom you can see are new to the Collins division based on their rating gain, which is slightly misleading there. Those ratings suggest that their ratings are going from 0 to the numbers that you see in each of those three cases. So nicely done to Jane Geary, Mike Downey, and Elise Bickford. But it is going to be Cheryl and Paula battling for $600 and other incentives. Again, many of those are coming thanks to the generous sponsorship of Bob Lynn, and we can talk a little bit more about what's coming up for the summertime and Bob Lynn's partnership with Let's Play Scrabble in a little bit. But I think the players are seated and ready to go. We can look at the preview between them. A nice late run in the tournament by Paula to work herself up into this possible winner-take-all game.
Yes, you can see Paula 4-1 in her last five, whereas Cheryl 2-3. So coming in with a little bit more momentum. Obviously, these two are tournament veterans. They're both Collins veterans as well. They have played Division 2 of Collins at SPC many times. They are ready to go, and I feel like I'm holding them up. So I think let's get to the action.
Yeah, only thing I would add is that 2 of those wins in the last 5 games for Paula are against Cheryl. So she has done her part to bring Cheryl back to the pack and set this game up for herself. So yeah, let's see how it unfolds. Paula going first here. And that first blank, always a welcome sight, Jason, to open the game.
Yep, looks like she's got one too many vowels, not quite the synergy needed to bingo on this opening turn. Although I am wrong, there are playable bingos, and we'll see if she sees them.
Yeah, those bingos are very obscure. I would expect those to be a bit of a reach to find, even for the Ben Schoenbrunns and Josh Castellanos of the world. For a mere mortal, what I would be looking at here is I would like to try to make a play that uses the U. It uses at least one of my 2 O's. And maybe if I could get rid of either or both of the M or G, that would be a nice option. It looks like she's getting ready to play Mog, which does a lot of the things that I just described. Keeping OUT blank, you could easily see that become, we know, Jason, it's kind of an axiom. Almost any verb, you can outdo that verb in the Scrabble dictionary.
I do feel like some players kind of overvalue the out leaf for that reason. In the end, OU is you are putting yourself a little bit at risk of becoming vowel heavy, but having that blank there, I did not know gumboot or gomutos. I'm sure that you did. Haven't really actually heard much of it in the chat. Now I'm seeing it. So yeah, I think Mog is absolutely fine, and sure enough, Paula has drawn fairly well into that out blank leave with three consonants.
And yeah, Cheryl was probably hoping for an I to hit the board so she could play Fakirs. She had that lined up on her tile rack there. Instead, she exchanges, and I definitely like her decision to exchange that Q and try to get on the right track with a bingo with that nice NARS leave. Instead, Paula with a very nice overlap. This is her highest scoring play and definitely the best play here as the computer engine suggests, although maybe, just maybe, playing it on top of Mog with similar overlaps. She hasn't committed her play yet, but playing it on top is a big deal. You can see with a tile like the Z, now that Z is going to play here for a boatload of points. Unfortunately, I'm not sure. Tantalizingly, I'm not 100% sure that Cheryl has a 4-letter Z play, but if she did, it scores a lot after that position of mounter compared to the topmost positioning, much harder to play into the triple. So either way, very, very close to what I would consider. In fact, it is the best possible word, Jason, but maybe not the optimal positioning.
Yes, a very good spot by you, and so it must be so frustrating for Cheryl if that's an IER bingo. Czars Keezy ARS is going to go down and score way more than the actual bingo. So drew the tile that she needed. Also needed a W on that opening turn. She could have played WAQF and left very well. In addition to the I that she was hoping for. So looks like she does not want to play za there and draw into 5 consonants, no vowels. So it looks like she will play Czar's hooking mounter instead.
Yep, for sure. That is a very solid scoring play. It certainly would normally give some scary counterplay back to Paula, but look at that atrocious post bingo draw by her. She is going to be hard pressed to do very much with these tiles that she has drawn. I guess it's possible to score 40 points if you are Paula here, just playing I, the regular word I, alongside. The problem with that, of course, Jason, it leaves INUU and not the combo you're wanting to keep.
But I think for 40 points, I think it's worth the risk, especially since the alternative is keeping that open, and well done by Paula. My first inclination would be to say, how unlucky, like what am I exchanging here? But she stuck with it and saw that she had that 40-point play, and we'll see if she can get through this without exchanging.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of good fortune for her. Oddly, in this particular situation, the cue that Cheryl just threw back would be a major boon to her. Maybe Cheryl didn't shake the bag that well, and Paul is going to draw that cue that Cheryl dumped on turn 1, and it's going to save the W combination that she has there. But another optimal play, in my opinion, by Cheryl, Jar for 42, that nice J overlap in multiple directions. I really like that play for Cheryl.
Yeah, and I made this comment yesterday, and then was roasted a little bit by chat for probably being wrong when I said it. But I feel a little bit more confident in saying it now that one of the cool things about Scrabble is that sometimes even players who are less skilled can make the play that a computer super engine would make, and that's one of them. Jar, clearly the best play, bar none here, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. It's hard to word that in a way that everyone's going to feel happy with, but I think the sentiment, the idea behind it is positive. So hopefully people will give you the grace for that analysis there. I feel very similarly. And I also feel that Scrabble involves a lot of skills, right? Some of them are very much about study and word knowledge. And there are a lot of players at the lower division level who are extremely good decision makers, but just haven't put in the time to, learn all the obscure words in the dictionary. And if you gave them all of their options and said, what do you think is the best one between these, they would be able to pick and choose very, very accurately between them. So Scrabble has this kind of wide array of different skills. It takes a lot of effort to assemble each and every one of those skills and become an elite player, but you're still going to see really high level skills on display in the lower divisions. It's just a little bit more imprecise to know exactly what those skills will be.
Yeah, so quite a few options for Paula on this turn, and she has opted to play up, making UMM and POO. Thoughts on that play?
Certainly, the top priority for Paula there was using one of her two U's. This accomplishes that, so definitely appreciate it on that basis. There weren't super many other plays that look like they would be obviously better than this, so I don't mind it too much. And we're going to see Hayes and a jar come down for Cheryl. This is a very nice spot to get those extra points with the J and the Z. It scores 27. The only issue, of course, the 5 consonants on the rack. She is really going to need a couple vowels again to come and help her out a little bit. There were a couple other options that might have left her with more balance, but I like the tricky spot to hook a jar here.
Yeah, would have liked to see her kind of see that H front hook to hair, and perhaps a case of blank blindness there. I saw Herd through that blank Ian Mounters. Henna is probably a little bit better, but yeah, like you said, nice job seeing the A front hook to jar there, and getting 27 points out of just 2 tiles.
And 2 vowels do come from the bag to save that rack of 5 consonants for Cheryl. So she could have been in much worse trouble with 2 more consonants, but the O and the A are coming to help her a little bit. And now we're going to see a play of, it looks like FUD for Paula. This gets rid of her weakest bingo tiles. We saw similar plays like this. I can't remember exactly which. Oh, was it? We saw somebody play FUB. I think Josh Sokol played FUB in an earlier game using the F and the U. Similar principle here. I think my concern with this play is that now if Paula draws a bingo ending in S, it's not really clear where it's going to play. I don't know if UMMS is a word. I don't believe it is. And this spot to play a 7-letter word ending in an S with sh has just been blocked by the F a little bit. So maybe after Cheryl's next play, Paula will get an S hook that she can use if she manages to draw bingo here.
Yeah, very very well spotted, Will, and this is something you kind of see a lot. Paula, making a fine play. Leaving what is probably her best leave, but like I say, board preparation, what I call board preparation, a very underrated skill in this game, and if you draw the bingo, and we're about to see what she has, it's not enough to draw the bingo. It actually has to go down on the board somewhere. So like you said, it's a good play with a very nice leave, but perhaps might give her trouble down the line.
Yeah, a couple plays so far would have required the understanding that UMM actually takes an A hook for I think that is actually a quite challenging hook, even for experienced players to remember. And these are 2 experienced players, but that is a tricky word that you don't see every day with 2 M's in it. So if either of our 2 players here remembers to think of that hook, there could become all of a sudden a little bit more options available. For example, Cheryl was putting want together on her rack. That move would play right here for a very solid score. If you don't know the A hook, all of a sudden things are getting a little bit tougher to where that's going to fit on the board. So in any case, back to Paula. She's got a solid lead. She's got two S's without a really good S hook available right now. So I wonder if she's going to try to make a play somewhere or other that sets one up for her going forward.
Yeah, just trying to see how that can be done. This is kind of tough. I guess that she could play Brio, Brio, or the anagram Biro, either D1 or D2 there, to kind of open up the board a little bit more. But no real great options, even with those two S's on her rack. Even if she just wanted to make her highest scoring play, it's only 29 points, which is rare when you have two S's.
Maybe a natural play. I've been waiting to see a play in this spot. The E of Mounters is kind of nice to be able to just play a consonant here, whether it be a B. The W for Cheryl might be something where you could see that go down here, and those plays would make an S hook. And we're going to see just BI be played here. That is the idea here. Almost certainly is to keep the O on Paula's rack, and maybe she will be able to draw a vowel or two that gives her a lane to use. But I think Cheryl is extremely likely to play parallel to this with her A to grab a few extra points if she is able to do so. Maybe she will. Looks like she's already considering playing in that aforementioned spot, Jason, of went. This is interesting because I believe that this word actually takes an S in Collins, but knowing that is not an obvious word by any means.
Yeah, very couple of very interesting turns, like you mentioned, the O on top of the BI, also the O to the left of the B being one of the Collins twos. So making that BI play, but yeah, I really thought that Cheryl would play Watt. WATT off of that B, making ab and TID. But instead, she decides to keep her one vowel, which is probably smart, and use that ARE hook that has been open for a little while.
Yeah, for sure. I would be impressed to see Wentz be played at any point. That is not normal English speakers know went as the past tense of go. But man, if you did happen to know that this word took an S, now you've got a fantastic place to play that. So we'll see what Paula elects to do. If she were to know the validity of that word, she could just play SOV in that spot. But if she doesn't, she could play SOV right here. The only worry from her perspective there is she already has a plan that she's wanting to stick to of this OB play. So playing something like SOV would require her to pivot away from that plan here. But I would love to see her try to use that V. That would be a high priority for me in her shoes here.
Yeah, I wouldn't totally discount the possibility of the S hook to Went coming into play later. Both of these players have been playing Collins and Collins exclusively for a little while now. So I feel like if Cheryl knew the S hook, that she would not be quite so aggressive. And I feel like if Paula saw it, then we would be seeing something hooking it on this turn. But I wouldn't discount the possibility.
I am pretty sure that Cheryl, I should say, just aligned her tiles in the exact way. When I circled it last, I'm pretty sure Cheryl just saw that she has the gigantic bingo of reactant here. She definitely just placed her tiles in the correct order. to play that if she is confident in it. I don't know if anyone else there in the chat
That's
on YouTube saw that, but I'm almost sure that she had her tiles placed in that order, and if she is confident in that word, it would score 90 points here. I think she saw it, but will she be confident enough to play it here? Meanwhile, Paula just playing vid. That's actually a nice idea to keep the O for OB and really continue to give yourself some. Yeah, see, there it is. React. She had AN also there.
But
Oh
I think
man.
she's looking to play it off of vid to make avid. I missed it. I was looking at a Quackle sim, so I did not see it set up. I believe you that she did. But yeah, obviously, hoping that that she sees that. Okay, so now it looks like that she's looking at stuff kind of in that second column there. Using the A to make avid.
Makes sense. You have to give Paula credit after a play like.
Apologies. Looks like we're dealing with some issues here. I lost audio for a bit, and then it looks like Will has dropped out. So apologies if I am repeating here, but we did see Cheryl play React, hooking the A to make Avid. However, that did give Paula's bingo of seniors a home. It existed Sancier on top of BI making OB for fewer points. But that ST, which can be tricky for new to Collins players to see. Again, Paula being a Collins veteran, saw that right away and immediately slapped down seniors. So with Will having issues, unfortunately, the score is a little bit behind, and I cannot see Quackle to update for myself. So we're kind of flying blind a little bit here. Again, appreciate your patience in the chat. Paula has also, it looks like, pulled forgave out of the bag with that second blank. So having drawn both blanks and with the lead right now, she is in very good shape. Meanwhile, Cheryl, as chat has pointed out, would have anti-mine through an M. However, those M's in UMM are totally tied up. So we'll see what she decides to do here. See if there's any additional sevens there. So she will, it looks like she's getting ready to get rid of the vowels and play Inia cross hooking the A2 Haze. So that will score 13 points. So it looks like my co-commentator Will Anderson has just had a power outage, so he will be back momentarily. Until then, as he is the running Quackle here, the scores are not accurate, so do not take that into consideration. That does not include Paula's bingo of seniors, so she is in a very good shape in this game. With again with 4 gave, however with no place to play it. So looks like she has the FOR in her hand right now. She will use just the OF. She will play of, making Fa, which looks to be a very nice play. Will score 30 points. And also leave very well. The downside is that it does get rid of that O front hook for OB, but however, this board is fairly amenable to bingos right now. You can bingo from the R or the S of seniors, or through the T of Wemp. So deciding to take the points and leave quite well, that certainly seems like it makes sense. But meanwhile, Cheryl with a very, very nice find of Stolen with the 2 L's. So the German bread. This will score 64, I think, and put her back in the game. She has hit her clock, or the clock is neutralized right now. So it looks like we will have a challenge of Stolen. Good time to again thank Art Moore and wordjudge.me that allows us to not only see the results of this challenge live, but the reactions of both players as well. And it is good, yes. Stolen, a German bread that does take the S. Not a terrible decision for Paula to challenge there, I feel. I was actually not 100% sure that that one took the S myself. I thought the plural of stolen might just be stolen. So so she will get the extra 5 points for that. Again, as soon as Will comes back, we will update the scores here. So Paula with a very good rack here. Evangel, if there was a place for it, which it doesn't look like there is. Cheryl's play of Stolens has given her options, perhaps through that O, or through either of those 2 L's. And it looks like she has set up Gavelled. She has it set up on her rack with the 1 L, although it does play with 2 L's, and 2 back-to-back very nice finds here of seeing Stolens from the S and now Gavelled through the L. So, and as you can see, she's being somewhat aggressive there by throwing the D in the triple lane, but it is a good time for it, as Cheryl has pretty much had the worst bingo draw you can imagine. Unsurprisingly, I think that this is also worth a check. Gavelled with 2 L's, not 100% sure of it. Paula does have a propensity for playing phonies, my understanding. A lot harder to do that in 5-point challenge, but she will be very relieved to see this word come back good. Again, not maybe challenges that you don't make in NWL with the penalty of a lost turn, but in Collins, where the only drawback is the extra 5 points for your opponent, kind of worth taking a look there, I think, in both cases. So now Cheryl in a bad spot. We had her down 31 before Will lost power. Paula has played seniors since then. She got back into the game with with Stolens. However, Gaveld coming right back, and it looks like she was just checking the bag to make sure that that there are enough tiles for her to exchange. There needs to be at least 7 in the bag, as I'm sure all of you know. And it looks like she has it set up that she wants to exchange AG and the 3 I's and draw into AE. And that's what she'll do. Thank you to somebody in the chat who pointed out that I was not totally mistaken, that in German, the plural of stolen bread is just Stalin. However, Stalin does take the S in English. So thank you very much to Mr. Fritz. So meanwhile, Paula has drawn the clunky tiles that that will go very well with that D in that blank D in the triple line there. I hear noise in the background that that suggests that Will is back.
I think I'm back. Yeah, it's funny. The sound of the power going out in your entire apartment building is kind of the sound that your heart makes when when that happens, right? The boo, you know. So sorry about that, and I'm getting
not a problem. Things happen. So
I see that.
We've had a lot of stuff happened. So yeah. When you were gone, I think was as Cheryl was playing React off of Avid. That gave Paula a home for seniors. Cheryl has been struggling mightily with vowels this whole game. She dumped Inia off of the H and Hayes, which allowed Paula, who pulled the blank after the bingo, to play OF and leave fairly well. They traded bingos, very nice finds with Stolens and Gaveld, and Will in record time, despite having missed about 6-7 turns there, has the score updated and accurate. Thank you very much, sir. As we see Paula play COD to that D. Again, think you kind of have to play through that there. In very good shape, and really the only way you lose this game is if Cheryl bingos. Definitely want to cut off all triple opportunities there. So especially with all those high point tiles. She'll use a couple of them to play COD.
Can I ask what Cheryl's most recent play was? Because I thought I saw Paula play Gaveld.
Yes, she she had 8 AEGIII after Stolens, and she exchanged into AE.
All right, the exchange makes the sense there to me. So that way COD can be, because I saw Paula play Gaveld and now COD as well. And that is it's gonna increase her lead to, what a swing here. It seemed like it was very, very close, but Paula's taken full command, I guess. Very impressive.
Yeah, we saw Cheryl struggle with consonants early, and then be bogged down by vowels when she had any. I believe she had 3 I's on that rack as well. Made again the very nice find of Stolens. So you can see in the chat I was able to point out that my mother being German, that I knew that was a German bread. That was actually challenged. Both plays were challenged, in fact. Stolens and Gaveld, and somebody in the chat has pointed out that the plural of stolen in German is just stolen. But stolen does take the S in English, so.
Yeah, it could be one of those things where we steal the word and then we give it our own inflections, even though that's not how it works in that original language. So, nice. So, I guess the pretty uphill climb for Cheryl now, and it looks like Paula is on the verge of beating her for a 3rd straight time in her last 5 games, which is exactly what she would have needed to do to claw her way into a victory here.
Yes, yeah, and like we saw on table 1, with the person who draws better tiles winning, has to be really frustrating for Cheryl in such a big game. Both blanks, went to Paula, got one down early. The very nice find of Gaveld as well, but I believe two separate times in this game, Cheryl had three eyes on her rack, including a absolutely terrible post bingo draw after Stolen's of AAEIIIG. Of course, at the time that Paula plays Gaveld and throws that D in the triple line. So, not really much that Cheryl was going to do about this one.
Looks like two. So both challenges were of Cheryl's words, or
Stolen's was challenged. That was Cheryl's word, challenged by Paula, and then Gaveld, which was Paula's comeback play, was challenged by Cheryl.
Okay, five more points per player.
The difference in scores is correct. Thank you, chat, for pointing that out. The difference in scores is correct, but it looks like each player might be 5 points short.
All right, we'll get that fixed in just a sec. That should be good now, I think. Thanks for bearing with me, everybody. Man, what a downer on the final game. But I am back now, and thank you so much, Jason, for holding down the fort when it feels like your computer loads the absolute slowest and all of that stuff. Oh, look at Cheryl. Does she have Lexpert on her?
She does indeed. Expertly as well, but Paula just hid that Y, unfortunately, so that it is unusable.
Yes, the progenitor of some of our modern word study tools in Scrabble is a tool called Lexpert. I myself remember trying it way back in the day, probably before I was even a competitive Scrabble player, and a fond memory of that. But you can see expert on the rack. Maybe she's thinking about, let me see if my telestrator still works. Probably not. Right, I have to reshare it. Let's not worry about it. She could play it off of the second E of Gaveld if she wanted. But yeah, that's not super productive because it's going to give counterplay on the bottom row. So yeah, tough one for Cheryl. Hopefully she could keep her head held high, that even as it appears that Paula is going to leapfrog her right at the last moment, she's had a wonderful tournament overall.
Absolutely, and yeah, have to point out the Michigan flavor to this stream. Me on commentary, Cheryl, a Michigan native, playing, and Lexpert, of course, created by my friend Carol Ravichandran. So I know that Carol isn't watching, but I will certainly send her a link to this afterward to know that I shouted her out. But did you use Lexpert in your Boggle playing days? Was that a
Yes.
tool that transferred, obviously created for Scrabble purposes, but did it help with your Boggle play?
That is why I got my hands on it. Yes, as a kind of a word lookup tool. I liked to try to figure out words that in Boggle, as we see Cheryl play step, maybe hoping for better days for this X. If she can draw an O, she'll have a nice spot for it right here. Oh, sorry, again, no telestrator. Alongside the I and O of seniors would be a nice place to play Ox. Yeah, in Boggle, the anagrams I have found now that they're very important, but as you're first starting out in Boggle, the key anagrams are the words that are words forwards and backwards, because in Boggle you will have them both. So for an example, slip up and pupils, if you find one in a game of Boggle, you just trace your finger back the other direction and you have the other. So deliver and reviled, another example. So I used to try to root those out so I could instantly get double my score anytime I found one of those words.
That's great. I think Dan Stock, who is known in the Scrabble community primarily for his tableau, the messages that he makes using all 100 tiles, and that fits on a Scrabble board. He actually still uses Lexpert to, when he has like a certain number of tiles left, maybe if he wants to figure out, how to get rid of a clunky tile. So it's good to see, as somebody put in the chat, Lexpert kind of the product of a bygone era, but still still relevant, and thanks for Cheryl having that rack there. As somebody pointed in chat, it would have been a lot more helpful if pre-act, the P front hook to react was still available. Maybe a chance for Cheryl to pull off a miracle comeback, but unfortunately, Paula's play of BUY, stopping that from being a potential. As we see her continue to play defense with DI blocking the bingo lines, and Cheryl responding with cashing in that X.
Yeah, it's funny. If Cheryl didn't have that cue, her chances would certainly be non-zero here after pulling relatively close. But that cue is just going to prevent anything good from happening towards the end of this game for Cheryl. It's certainly quite the albatross here with no U's open or anything like that. She should be able to play it at least by dumping it off of the eye of Inia. That first eye seems like a spot that will stay open, but not what she is needing to see here. On the other hand, you could imagine if the shoe was on the other foot and Cheryl had good bingo tiles. Of course, the board is quite bad, but maybe she could draw into a bingo starting with O and hook onto OB. And if she could bingo out and catch Paula with the Q, she actually could potentially win this game from this score. But all of that is moot, as it is Cheryl with the Q, Paula with the O, and flexible tiles. And it looks like this will be Paula's game here. 3 wins against Cheryl in recent history. Nicely done. And really, great to see. It's been mentioned pretty much. I haven't heard a single negative word about Paula or Cheryl in the chat. Quite the contrary. Everybody really loves both of these two. They're so friendly, so nice. I've played both of them a handful of times in my career. Very, very pleasant, and it's great to see them both doing well.
Yeah, if this was closer, it would be interesting because it looks like Paula can actually Q stick Cheryl, even with Cheryl having the eye. That even with the QI, we know that the 2 tiles in the bag are both eyes. But from Paula's position, seeing that unseen Q, she actually, if anything, will probably give herself another spot for it. As again, I think the game is kind of unlosable from this position, but I think just for peace of mind's sake, she may recognize that getting stuck with the Q could prove problematic. Easy for me to say, and might give herself another spot for it.
That is a great point. You know that there are shenanigans that players can execute when your opponent has an unplayable cue. You can do all kinds of stuff on the board, knowing that your opponent will simply have to pass if their lone tile is a cue. So yeah, definitely Paula could be thinking about that. She plays nag. Keeping the A might have been nice here just because you get some extra options for the Q if you draw it. Most notably, something like QAT right here is pretty easy to spot if you keep the A, but it's all good. She's going to be fine. She's probably thinking, I would hate to lose this game to a 9-letter word through ED or PI. So I'm going to remove all doubt right now. And that is what she has accomplished. So let's see.
Probably prudent, like we said, especially given the situation. Tournament on the line. I think $600. I don't know if that was the amount I saw earlier. I don't know if that's the difference between first and second, but again, with Boblin's very generous contributions to the Collins prize pool here, there is a not insignificant amount of money on this game, and so even though it may not be the high equity or high spread play, just give yourself some peace of mind. Say I can outrun the Q stick, but if I draw the Q and Cheryl bingo's out, then I lose. So just totally blocking up the best chance on this board to bingo with what is unseen.
Yep, definitely makes sense. All quite logical, and It's also mostly moot as Cheryl has the queue on her rack, but it's good for us to analyze all of that stuff. I am wondering if there is any other option for Cheryl now than to just plop that queue down right now, or if she runs the risk of being stuck with it if she doesn't play it right this moment. Again, all academic. I could easily imagine, Paula not worrying about that or wanting to maximize every last point of spread, as I believe all she has to do is win this game and does not have to worry about any of the other challengers in the top of Division B there. Most of whom, again, as we don't have to right now, but we looked at the standings to start the game, and outside of these two, the top five or so all consist of first timers to the Collins division, which that is Bob Lynn's vision, is that players feel more emboldened to give Collins a try at even non, aspirants to becoming world champion. Like you see a lot of super top experts in Division A. But for those players who just want to try Collins but don't necessarily want to face a murderer's row of world champions, that is what Bob Lynn was hoping to provide in this event. And you're really seeing that here.
Yeah, and in case anybody just joined a little after lunch and might have missed it, there will be a huge cash influx into the Collins division of the Albany July 4th tournament. Exact amounts and details still forthcoming, but the numbers that we were told were between $50,000 and $100,000. So. I don't know if I know that we've used the word shocked a lot. I still I don't think have 100% come to terms with it yet. But such an awesome announcement to hear. Making January 1st, 2025 a great day for Scrabble.
Yeah, it is amazing. So, we have definitely other highly motivated members within the Scrabble community, but there is a lot of that type of individual mindedness and people that believe that Scrabble should be, maybe competitive Scrabble should be a little bit bigger than it is. But for somebody like Bob to really put his money where his mouth is, as we see Cheryl does end up playing that cue now while she can, which looks quite sensible. The fact that Bob feels inspired enough to invest like that in Tournament Scrabble and in Let's Play Scrabble live streaming events and over the board events is a fantastic development for us as a whole in the game. So it's great to see. As you say, Jason, I'm still wrapping my mind around it, both from at the standpoint of, I want the best for Scrabble. And I'm doing my best on a regular basis to showcase the game to a wider audience. And that, I certainly, this resonates with me in that sense, but also as a player, I'm thinking about damn, I better, I was hoping to be in good form for November of this year. Now I got to change that time frame a little bit, maybe.
Yeah,
It's going to be
as an expert player. What is your immediate reaction to the announcement? I think you probably kind of said, but I know that you just posted a very nice video on your YouTube channel that I got to watch last night about wanting to round into form for the World Championship. Are you going to be doing the Ben Schonbrun 10,000 words in one day study method, or I assume it'll be something probably slightly more gradual?
Well, what Ben said is that he said, I have a little more than a week until I get to play Crescent City Cup, which is coming up in the near future, another very big event on the calendar that I'm sure we're all looking forward to. But my thought when he said that was, a little more than a week, that means you have time to study at least 70,000 words, so you should be all good.
You should know the book almost about as well as you do at this point.
Yeah, easy game. 10,000 words a day. What could be easier? I mean, I feel like
What could be
my
easier?
eyes start to glaze over after maybe that first 1,000 words that I try to cram in there over the course of a day, and I feel like I have a pretty high tolerance for word acquisition. So the fact that Ben prepared for this event with 10,000 in a day is definitely it kind of melts my brain vicariously, I would say. As Paula plays Oi, finally she's hooking that Obi hook that she set up earlier in the game. But yeah, that's I would definitely consider doing it more gradually than 10,000 a day. And I also, I feel like for me, as I say in that video, it is a dual form of preparation, both the word knowledge and the over the board action. I need to be more active as a player and try to make it out to more events. And as by way of a plug, one of those events I want to do would be the next one on the Let's Play Scrabble calendar, and that is in Belleville, I believe, Ontario, at the turn of February into March. I really enjoyed that tournament when I attended it I think 2 years ago. Last year, I don't remember. But that's another great one on the Let's Play Scrabble calendar, and that's going to be my hope to be there and play some Scrabble. So, yeah. Anyway, the game ends. The play of Lie for Cheryl is going to do it, catching Paula with a couple of unplayed tiles and a final score 474 to 399 in favor of your Division B winner, Paula Catanese. Nicely done.
Yes, you're very nicely done, and congratulations to Paula, and as you and the chat has pointed out, two nicer people, as nice of people as you would ever want to meet. Again, I've been friends with Cheryl for a couple decades now, and Paula I don't know as well, but having directed her in Collins, at nationals. She is a very selfless person, and two just great human beings, and it was a pleasure to be able to commentate a game between the two of them for first place in Division B.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. Truly lovely people, both of them, and just great to see some action. So we did get at least one. Oh, we're getting the photo op right here
Oh, there we
between
go. Very nice.
our two top finishers. But we got to see one lower division game on each day of our broadcast here, which again, a change of pace a little bit. Just as a nice point of emphasis, I know maybe the super top experts in the chat would love to see the absolute best matchup every time. But remember, the audience is more than just us. We're trying to show the world what a multifaceted community that we can be, and not every single person in our midst is a contender to win national championships and world championships. And that is a great thing about the Scrabble community, is the diversity within our ranks. So that's the thinking behind that. Huge kudos to Paula for coming back against Cheryl with 3 wins in the last few rounds, and reiterating our congrats for Ben Schoenbrunn, the winner in Division A. Other standings from, of course, our NWL division are all available at letsplayscrabble.com. We can do a quick standings check across the tournament, in fact, and take a look at how things are shaking out. We can start with whatever division our producer likes as a nice recap and highlight some lower performers. Maybe we'll see. Okay, there you go.
That is fair. So yeah, not all results in. In fact, I don't see anybody with 28 games total here. So this looks like the standings going into into the last round. So yeah, with there we go, and there's a live
Whoa,
update.
look at that. A tie in the final round between Mike Downey and Elise Bickford, two of
No, I
our
think.
newcomers.
Oh, I
Was
thought
that
they already
already
had
there?
ties. I think they
Oh,
each of them
okay.
had ties going into this game.
Oh, I didn't realize that. All right, too
Yeah, because
bad.
otherwise Mike would have been at 18-9. I would have remembered that, especially with his spread. He would have been a top. So
I see. That might put Mike into second place then. It looks like
Yeah.
he's going to
So yeah,
leapfrog
it's
Cheryl.
yep. So
Nicely
yeah, it'll be
played, Mike.
Paula. Yep, Paula first, Mike second, Cheryl third, and Jane fourth.
So yeah, a lot of newcomers in that top group. At some point, Paula's going to pop up into first place, as we just saw. We can pop over to Division A and let's see. It looks like I guess Ben lost his last game. Not sure who he played. Looks like maybe Josh Castellano also losing his last game, as I thought that they were. 21-6 and 19-8 or something after their previous game. So yeah, nicely done by Austin and Matthew to finish it with 19-9 records in this extremely difficult field. A special congrats to Austin Shin, who had major travel snafus. He slept at the airport the night before this tournament, got 1 hour of sleep, and the scoring truly never stops as he finished in third place despite that setback. So very nicely done to the top finishers here. And again, for NWL standings, Let's Play Scrabble.com has all of those available for you. We do not.
Oh, I was going to say we can't display them, but I can kind of go over them really quickly.
Sure. Yeah, sounds
Sure.
good.
So, yeah, in the game for first place, Carl Higby beat Zach Ansel 479 to 331. So perhaps just as well that that was not the game on the stream there. So Carl, as the only 19-9 player with a spread of plus 995. Will win the tournament. 2 18-10s. Zach Ansel with the higher spread coming in second, 12-22. Christopher Sykes as the second seed is third. With a record of 18-10 plus 594, and coming in fourth place, 17-11, but with a very high spread of 939, was top seed Joey Malik. So top four places in NWLA all go to the top five seeds. So a bit holding to form there, but just want to shout out the fifth place finisher with a record of 17-11 plus 94, Noah Goldstein as the 20th seed, going from 15-11 to 17-07. I got to meet Noah after Nationals or SPC was complete this year. Obviously, the son of Eric Goldstein, and I don't want to say I saw this coming, but I know that he loves the game and has been putting a lot of hard work and study into it, and it's good to see that pay off. So a not so quick recap of the top of the standings in NWL Division A.
Yeah, Noah gaining 196 rating points at this tournament, going from 15-11 to 17-07, depending on your definition of what an expert Scrabble player is. He has either barely surpassed that, blown past that. Sometimes I hear 1600 as the number. So amazing performance by Noah. 3 games clear of his dad, Eric, in the standings. That must be, I'm sure Eric is still very excited for Noah there, if he can put his personal performance aside. So nice performance by Noah, but congrats, of course, to Carl Higby, winner in NWL Division A. So yeah.
Oh, sorry. Just getting back to Collins really quick, since we shouted out Noah's rating gain. Kind of let this pass before in looking at the CSW Division A standings. So if we can get him on the screen, good. If not, that's fine. But yeah, a gain of 121 rating points for Tim Weiss with a record of 17.5, 10.5. Perhaps surprising, but less surprising when you hear that it sounds like he and Ben are pushing each other in terms of word study in our interview with Ben afterwards. So good to see 121 point rating gain there. Daniel Blake, who was in contention for a while, kind of came back to earth, but still a 95 point rating gain for him and a record of 16-12. And also finishing 16-12 and gaining 99 rating points, Neil Gann. Who looks to be a fairly new player. So three players who, even though they did not finish in the top 4, with very impressive performances. Just wanted to give each of those 3 players a shout out here.
Yeah, that's a big chunk of rating to gain. Huge congratulations to all of those players. And yeah, that's gonna just about do it for us here. 28 rounds in the books. We've crossed over on the calendar from 2024 to 2025 with some fantastic Scrabble. Really huge thank you to all of you who watched throughout the event. It's been a total pleasure. Thank you also to our other commentators that we've had in various permutations over the event, the two of us, and also Charles Reinke and Nits Chagti. Thank you so much to you both. And yeah, last round of plugs here. Of course, we'll end with Let's Play Scrabble. We'll thank our dual sponsors first in NASPA Games. Thank you so much to NASPA for their support of the Albany New Year's tournament. And of course, to Bob Lynn, announcement that landed today is even one-upping himself. Incredibly generous contributions to the New Year's tournament, but more to come from him, even bigger and better for the summertime. So with that, final plugs are to letsplayscrabble.com. Thank you so much behind the scenes, Josh Greenway. Incredible work as the producer of the stream. Easiest way to say thank you for all the effort that he's done is to click a few buttons. At this point, we're almost to the end of the broadcast. You can click like on this stream if you want, but the better button to click is subscribe so that you do not miss future streams coming at you from this channel. And yeah, it's been a blast, Jason. Thanks to you for joining me for the bulk of my commentary time here.
Absolutely. You mentioned what's coming up next on the Let's Play Scrabble stream will be the Canadian Scrabble Classic in Belleville. I believe the dates are February 28th to March 2nd. So when I heard that you plan to play in that, I was simultaneously very excited for you, but also very disappointed that if I did well enough to be asked back to commentate on future streams, that I won't be able to work with you. It was a lot of pleasure. It was a lot of fun, working with you these last 2 days. And like I've said before, Charles and Nits were great co-annotators to a new person such as myself. So thank you, thank you.
Well, you did fantastic, and the power grid is definitely trying to get you some extra reps going solo there. As of course, I dropped off the call.
You'll have to watch it and give me feedback on how I was tap dancing there solo.
I'm sure that you did great. So with that does it for our plugs. Thank you so much, and we're gonna call it a stream here. Thanks again for watching, and see you next time on Let's Play Scrabble.